Hi, welcome to my new room. Fantastic, isn't it? It's so pretty. I think it's pretty. Hi. I wanted to add some chat to the screen. Yippee, yay, huzzah. How is everybody tonight? Alex and Keaton and Emerald and Kitten of Death on the YouTube side. Ah! Abyss Lurker on the Twitch side. I like my new room. Mari, hello, hello. You're tired? Love the background. Thank you. It's animated. It's pretty. I thought it was very, very lovely. Hello, Blaze. You have the power to soak emotes without limits. Huh? Okay. Do I plan on doing anything special tomorrow night? I do, actually. I do have a special plan for tomorrow night. I think it's gonna be a cool one. Oh, spam emotes. Lol. I do, in fact. Unfortunately, YouTube emotes don't really work over on the chat thingy, but that's okay, I think. So, does anybody want to know what I'm doing tomorrow night? Is that what the question is, actually? Because, it's going to be something special. Autocorrect screwing you over again, yeah. Looking for new design for a Kitsune character. Turns out there's not a lot of brunette hair, red eyes, of art style. Brunette, red hair, Kitsune makes me think, Ari from League of Legends. Where will I be tonight? That's the question. What do you mean? What do you mean? What? What? I don't know. I don't know what you're asking me. I'm waiting for somebody to actually ask me what I'm doing tomorrow night. What's a mod? I see, honestly, I just put up a bunch of like the recommended stuff on the Twitch side. I don't actually know what it is. Don't ask me. Don't ask me. What am I doing tomorrow? We're gonna get into the pristine cut of Slay the Princess. Yeah, there we go. What are we doing tomorrow? We're gonna play some Slay the Princess. We're gonna get into that pristine cut. I think it'll be really a neat thing to do. Yeah, yippee! Yay! We figured out what we're doing. There were a few options. One of the other options is a game that'll come up eventually. I haven't decided quite when yet, but yeah, Scary Story Night, perfect for tomorrow. Indeed. Indeed. Stretch redeemed on the Twitch side. And a hydrate. I will drink. And a posture check. Stretch. And a hydrate. And a posture check. Is that other game the one you asked about the other day? DM me, Blaze, because I'm not entirely sure which one you asked me about. Also, Neko has a brand new pair of glasses, so I'm still getting used to them. Hopefully, I'm a little less blind. Hopefully. Peeps DMs. Sorry. Checking that DM now. Yes. Yes, that's the other game we're talking about. Nice. Yes. So, without further ado, the end of the first game should be March 15th, 12:07 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis lobby. You almost finished eating your Halloween candy that you bought at the store on Monday. Oof, that's a lot of candy. Actually, I could probably be a little bit bigger. You think? Neko? Be a little bigger? Yay! There we go. I can be bigger. maybe there. If you redeem one, you get the... What do you mean? What? If you redeem one, what, Abyss Lurker? I'm so confused. Not the final round, though, Keaton, because there's still the second game to go through. So, we're going to be continuing with Edgipoo for a while yet. Bigger Neckum, you know what that means. Oh my god, she's evolving. So now we know who the Yatagarasu really was. And yet there remains much to this case that needs to be resolved. Hi, Wing It. Hi, how are ya? Like how the weapon crossed country lines, for example. The two countries have incredibly strict security systems and entry procedures. Short of a miracle, it's impossible for someone to have smuggled them in. Smuggling them in, huh? We'll need to open a new line of investigation on just this aspect alone. But before we do, I would like to go through my evidence once more. Unnecessary evidence has been removed. Remaining evidence has been rearranged. Hey, there's a VCR here, sir. Now we can see what's on that tape Detective Dag gave us. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident, hidden from sight for 10 long years. Just got home from stuff, so gonna set things up and do some editing. I'm gonna clean my glasses. Very cool, very cool. Why are you dying from cringe, Abyss Lurker? Whoa. I just took off these new glasses and my vision feels like it's even worse than normal. Holy crumbs. Holy, I haven't relaxed my eyes in years. I feel like I've had the wrong prescription for a hot minute. When's glasses cleaning redeem? Screw it, I'll put it up right now. You had the same problem when you got your new glasses? I'm putting up that thing now. I'm going. I'm putting it up. I'm making a redeem. Twitch. Viewer rewards, panel points. Here we go. I'm gonna remove that mod poll one that I don't actually know what it's supposed to do. Delete that. Delete. How do I just add a new custom reward? Here we go. Clean glasses. Enter amount. Let's make it like 50 points, I guess. I don't even know. Make Neko clean. I'm making it as a Twitch redem right now, but I will make a Cloudbot for it as I'm doing this. Clean her glasses. Yeah, we'll make it the good color since I know the QR. Maybe I should make that a little more. Clean glasses. Make it 100. Channel points are pretty easy to come by anyway. It's gonna take me longer to create a chatbot one or a Cloudbot one because I have to like find all sorts of stuff for it. So for now it's just gonna be for Twitch, but if somebody DMs me, I will make sure that I take care of that tonight before I go to bed. James, the NPC, hello. Hello. Wow. This piece of evidence from the KG8 incident hidden from sight for 10 long years. I just know that this is related to the current case somehow. Detective Gumshoe, if you could please play the tape for us. Chorus! Oh my goodness! What
Chorus _ dork cheered. X100. Did you know to encourage pandas to breed, scientists develop panda porn?
I hope that was worth your 100 bits. I hope that was worth your... Jesus. Thank you for the bits. I think that puts you in first place, actually. Perfect. Off to the purple website to make Neko an anime protagonist. It's like $1. 100 bits is like $1, okay? Keaton what? Keaton what? Hi, Cryo. Hello, hello. Let me get you, actually, now that you're over there, I can, hold on, where are you? I have to give Cryo a bunch of stuff that he made. There we go. Nice, chat box finally exists. Yeah, it does. It's not, the greatest chat box, but, nah! I just cleaned my glasses. You want me to clean them again? Jesus. Chorus getting bonked over here. Fantastic, Keaton. Hold on, let me see. I gotta give you this one. And I gotta give you this one. And I gotta give you this one. And I gotta give you this one, because you made all these. I gotta give you this one. And I gotta give you this one. And I gotta give you that one. And then gotta give you this, because you are you. Thanks, Wing It. Alright, now to watch this tape. This man, it's Manny Koken. Oh. And he's holding a knife in his hand. This looks like footage from a security camera at the entrance of an apartment building. An apartment building? How'd you figure that? Unlike you, I actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident, or actually read the summary file on the KG8 incident. Cryo, how much netcoin do you want that side? Like, you could just have a boatload of netcoin. Oh my god. He's old, who's old? Mari, what? And the crime scene was the victim's own apartment. So this footage was shot at the entrance to the victim's own apartment building. At the trial, Mr. Faraday claimed that this piece of footage existed. However, no one could find it. Yes, somehow, someone was able to steal it and hide it through Mr. Ernest Amano. Okay, that's a number. 106. There you go. That should have done it. Wrinkles don't make you old. You can tell from that from experience. I can see how this would have been a definitive piece. And why someone would want to hide it. But it's a piece of evidence from a 10-year-old case. There's no way it's related to this case we're working on now, sir. Actually, I believe it has everything to do with the case we're working on now. The ringleader even went so far as to use Mr. Portsman to retrieve it. Which means that in this video lies a very inconvenient bit of footage to the ringleader. Where? Where? Wait, what was that? Huh? That bit you played just now. Please show it to me again. this car. This is something we cannot overlook. What is that, sir? Look here, Detective Gumshoe.
Take that!
This is the national flag of the Principality of Cadopia. And because it has the national flag on it, we know this to be an official government car. But the question we should be asking ourselves is, what was a government car doing there? Ah, Miss Von Karma and Mr. Edgeworth. So you were here all this time? Ambassador Alba! Thank you very much for continuing the investigation, even at this time of night. Ah, if only I was even a tiny bit more careful. This tragedy would never have happened. I am truly sorry. This wasn't your fault, sir. This had nothing to do with how careful you were. You idiot Quercus. You couldn't chase after a simple thief. Now then, let's get down to the real reason why I came looking for the two of you. I would like you to put the investigation on hold for a while. Can you do that? Excuse me? I heard you've apprehended the thief that turned this embassy upside down. And we're in the middle of an event celebrating our country's reconciliation. We can't exactly have the police and detectives walking around here forever. You're scaring the visitors away, so I hope you can understand how I feel. Hi, Eviolite. How's stream? I mean, I'm having fun. How's everybody else think? Now that is Sensei Wu when he first wakes up. Well, Mr. Treeman indeed. But we must finish our investigation and resolve the remaining issues. You exist. Sure. Why don't we leave the rest to the Alabastian and Ablaze police? Ambassador! We're so close! Just a little more and... Ms. Von Karma, I'm afraid I've made up my mind. And without my permission, you can't proceed with your investigation anyway, right? That's true, however, as he said at the very beginning, this area can be considered to be Alabastian soil. In which case, we are nothing but foreigners in their land. Is this really where our investigation ends? Shifu, we fail Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Shifu, this way. Yo! Agent Lang, you're back on the scene rather quickly. If I laid back and took a break, I'd lose the scent of my prey, Mr. Prosecutor. Agent Lang? Why have you returned? Because I have to solve this case, no matter what. Well, I'm sorry to inform you. And don't take this the wrong way. I don't suspect you personally. However, a member of Interpol was just found to be a thief. And so... under these circumstances, I wish to put your investigation on hold. After all, I believe our own police can handle things from here. They are quite capable. At this rate, our investigation really will come to a close.
Not so fast!
Ambassador Alba, I get it now, I really do. Oh, I'm very glad you understand how I feel. No, not that. What I was talking about is... I know who the killer is behind tonight's murder. You... No? The... killer? Do you really mean that, Agent Lang? Wolves don't lie. Then who is it? Well, let me first say that I'm not talking about Mr. Koken's murder. That was all Sheena. Oh. She said she didn't kill anybody, and honestly, I'm kind of like willing to believe that. Lang Ji says, the truth not lies at the exit, but rather shines outside the maze itself. The truth is unexpectedly simple. So let me ask you this. Who do you think was Damask's second killer? I'll tell you who. He just accused Franziska. Huh? That doesn't, that makes zero sense to me. This will end well for him. Yeah, right. You'd still smash. I think I'm pretty, entitled to say that it was not Franziska von Karma. Definitely not. What kind of low brain logic? Exactly. Like, there's no way. There's no way. I mean, could not be. No way in a fucking hell. Dude, this guy's an idiot, right? Like, I've never, like, no. Such an idiot. Indeed. Indeed. I was the killer. Hey, wait. But that's impossible. Yeah. Although, that whip is actually quite... Yow. Hold your tongue and that ludicrous remark you were about to make. Agent Lang, are you seriously accusing her of murder? Yeah, I am. He doesn't appear to be joking. Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Elmo went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? Yes, he did. But what does that have to do with anything? I'm getting to that. Furthermore, in order to solve both cases, you moved around rather freely between Alabast and Babel, did you not?
Objection!
And where's your evidence that I'm the killer?
Not so fast!
I was just getting to that. Trust me, I'll show them to you in due time. Ambassador Elba, in order for me to bring this case to a close, I'll need to inspect your office one more time. Will you grant me permission? With things as they are, I suppose I don't have much of a choice, do I? Good, then let's move out. Oh, and don't even think about running away, sis. My pack will be keeping a close eye on you. You can bet your bottom dollar on that. As if I would have any reason to flee. But just so we're clear, your logic had better be sound. Yeah, no, Keaton, I'm starting to agree. I think that this might be a stalling tactic. Ow. because I'll accept nothing short of a perfect explanation. She seems rather upset, not that I blame her. I expected you would accept no less. But we'll see how long you can keep that nose of yours stuck in the air like that.
Hold it!
Agent Lang, as someone related to tonight's case, I request you allow me to take part. And so that I may clean up my superior's mess. I guess I should. The more the merrier, especially when it's the peanut gallery. Oh, in that case, I want to join in too. I still haven't seen what it looks like in Alabast yet. You like Kay, and you gotta let me in too, pal. Can't sit around and do nothing when Miss Von Karma's in trouble. Hey, Gummy, let's have a competition to see who can save her first, okay? Okay, take you up on that. Oh yeah, I'm fired up and raring to go. As a detective, I don't believe this is something you're supposed to be excited over. Sounds like this is going to get real interesting. Ambassador Alba, I'll be bringing these kids along for the ride. Very well. But I'd like you to keep in mind that this will be your last chance. You gotta go. Bye, James. Have a good night. I'll have this whole mess cleaned up before you know it. Now, let's go. Here we go. March 15th, 12:53 a.m. Alabastian Embassy, Ambassador's Office. Today you learn you can wake up crying from a dream. Oh no, even so you have good news. What's up? Your family came. Yay! I'm excited. Like that's good. I'm glad that you are not alone now, cuz that's been kind of really eating at me. Helped with taking some stuff out. That's good. That's good. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Okay, unfortunately they couldn't stay. Oh, well, I'm sorry to hear that. Okay, now let's first go over the facts one more time. Manny Koken's body was found over in the Secretate's office in Babel. The weapon that took its life was one of Alabast's ornamental knives. And then the body of Damask II, Mr. Kai Shino. Hello, Fluffy on the Twitch side. Floof? Do you want Floof to also... was found here in the Alabastian Ambassador's office. Through our investigation, we found that the murder weapon was the Primadux statue. And that this is actually Babel's statue. This case, no matter how I look at it. Sis, if it wasn't you, then there's no one else who could have pulled this off.
Objection!
Agent Lang, do you understand the full implications of what you're saying? Of course I do, sis. And I'm serious. You were on the trail of the smuggling ring, and you wanted any evidence you could find. And so, while people were distracted by the Yatakarasu's appearance, you snuck in here. That's when you two ran into each other. You and that other thief who took advantage of the confusion from the fire.
Objection!
Even if that were all true, how do you explain the movement of the weapons? Don't worry, I plan to show you the culprit behind that, too. You had permission to investigate both embassies at will. With that kind of free reign, you could have easily taken the weapons. Hey now. Look, sis, I thought I already told you I'm not messing around here. Ah! This case isn't directly tied to the smuggling ring, but Sheena certainly is tied to the smuggling ring. He's right in saying that she's a member of the smuggling ring. However, the connection between this case and the ring, could it not be deeper than what any of us could imagine? Let's get this ridiculous circus over with already. Franziska, you need to calm down. Because you only know the facts of the Alabastian side of the case. I don't believe you can see the case as a whole and therefore solve it. Hello, souls! How are you tonight? What? But don't worry, I am taking this seriously as well, and I will prove your innocence. That's the only way to be, Mr. Prosecutor. I'm glad to hear it. Can you come up with anything else that can top my hypothesis? Of course, your explanation has to solve the mystery of the moving weapons as well. Of course, and I will. Let us now delve into the truth behind the murder of Damask II. You do understand, don't you, Miles Edgeworth? This isn't just a confrontation against Agent Lang. If you can't figure out how the murder of Damask II is related to the smuggling ring, then it'll mean the end of our investigation. As long as I have no good counterargument to his hypothesis, then the best I can do is walk this thin tightrope and see what I can do. Come on, Mr. Prosecutor, let's get started. Yes, let's. Border crossing weapons. One of Alabash's knives was used in Babel to murder Mr. Koken. And the murder weapon in the killing of Damask II is Babel's Primadux statue. Somehow, these two objects were able to penetrate the two countries' impenetrable security. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was you. So as long as I can explain how the weapons moved about, can't explain how the weapons moved about, Franziska will remain a suspect. You've got it, Mr. Prosecutor, so why don't you stop giving me a hard time? Under these circumstances, who the heck can carry a weapon across country lines? I've worked through every possibility. There's only one that's plausible. Your boss. Agent Lang, what I've learned from you just now is that you've lost sight of yourself. What are you talking about? By focusing too intently on that which is in front of us, we become blind to the truth. Don't tell me Lang Ji never said anything to that effect. You prosecutor, who do you think you are, speaking about Lang Ji's proverbs like that? I don't need his proverbs, because my words are all you will need to see the truth. See, my thing is Bible's Primadux statue, right? Penetrate. The only one who traversed the two countries just before and after the crimes was us. But, like, it wasn't, though. This, I think, yeah.
Objection!
She couldn't have just carried this over. Oh. Isn't that incorrect? I mean, that's wrong. Put it away. Yikes. Might as well throw it. Yikes. Yikes. Then press it. This statement right here.
Hold it!
Was Francisca really the only person to have traveled between the two countries? According to the guards at both doors, she is the only one to go back and forth. The sis there was an Alabast.
Always come back.
Thanks, Blaze. When the Yatagarasu showed. And then, just before you guys found Mr. Koken's body, she entered Babel. I think we can assume that's when she brought the knife into Babel.
Objection!
Then how do you explain the Primaduck statue? I haven't quite figured that out yet. However, the fact that the two weapons crossed the border proves that the killer must have also traveled across the country lines. The only things to cross the border are the Primaduck statue and the knife. I should hardly think that those are the only two items, Agent Lang. Oh, no, wait. Here we go. This is where this is where I should be putting this. Pog, why are you pogging, Cherry?
Objection!
There we go. Agent Lang, those two items are not the only two to cross the border tonight. Oh? Dumas II was killed with Babel's Primaduck statue, yes. But if that's the case, then tell me, where did Alabast's Primaduck statue go? To Babel. Precisely. And if the two statues really were switched, then this means that both statues were smuggled across the border at some point. Which means that a total of 3 items were smuggled across the embassies. I guess so. But you know what? It doesn't matter the number of items, only that the sis is the only one who could have done it. Because the only person who went back and forth between Alabast and Babel is her. Is that really true? Was there no one else who traveled between the two countries? This is where that photo is going to come into... Security sucks, lol. There was definitely another person. One who paid a visit to both sides of the wall. Yeah.
Objection!
Is that really so, Agent Lang? What a lousy time to try and bluff your way out of this. I checked out what the security guard said, along with the security camera's footage. You're not going to overturn my hypothesis that easily.
Objection!
But suppose there was some other way other than through the theater doors. What other way? The other entity that managed to cross the border unharmed. If I point it out, it would open up a whole new possibility. And though I hesitate to bring this out, as long as this entity exists, the impossible road becomes a possibility. It looks like you've got some clever idea in mind. I do, and I can show it to you through a single piece of evidence. Fine then. Let's see this piece of evidence that will show me this other route. You just came to say hi? Hi, Cherry. This is where that photo is going to come into play. Agent Lang, I'm sure you're familiar with this unforgettable photo. That supernatural photo, like I said before. Humans can't fly. No, of course not. I understand that perfectly well. And don't start claiming that Sheena somehow grew wings, either. I wouldn't dream of claiming that. And I won't allow you to take back what you've said, either. I'll say it again. It's not humanly possible to fly through the air without wings. So you'd better have a good explanation for this, Mr. Prosecutor. How can I prove who it was that flew through the air in this photo? Wait, not humanly possible. Eureka. Very well. You'll have your explanation. It sounds like you have a good idea simmering inside that head of yours. I do. Let's hear it. The face hidden within this photo's blurry, trailed shadow is... Naturally, the shadow is the third smuggled object. The Primadux statue replica. You can't be serious. The Yatagarasu, or rather Callisto Yu, dressed as Agent Sheena, was inside Babel. She dressed the replica statue up in clothes and launched it through the air.
Not so fast!
Ha! Mr. Prosecutor! You left out a very crucial bit in your explanation. I know I did. She launched it through the air. Ha! And how exactly did she do that? He's literally baring his fangs at me. But he has a point. How exactly did it move through the air like that? As long as this remains unsolved, we won't be able to move any closer to the truth. Which reminds me, didn't he say this earlier? Hey sis, I remember that just before Ambassador Elba went to give his speech, he called you into his office, right? So just before the murder, Franziska was called here right into this very room. If that's the case, then that may be another avenue I can pursue. Agent Lang, in order for me to answer that question, I'll need to hear testimony from Ms. Von Karma. Oh, what are you up to now, pretty boy? Ooh, ooh. Lang and Edgeworth fanfic? What? That could be. Ooh. You got my the Neko's cooking. Yep, there it is. Hello, thank you for the bonk. Bonkity bonk bonk. Let me see. Oh boy. That's a Neko's brain is caught on to well, where's Lee when you need him? Where's Lee? We got fanfics to write. Oh. Anywho. I'm gonna get bonked again, I can just feel it. Earlier you mentioned something of interest to me. You said that just before the murder occurred, Ms. Von Karma had been in this room because Ambassador Alba had called for her. And for that reason alone, you believe her to be the killer. Yeah, I guess I did say something like that. In that case, I believe it's my duty to ask her what her side of the story is. Do you really think a criminal would tell us the honest truth? How dare you! As I've said numerous times, there's absolutely no proof that I am the killer. Miles Edgeworth, don't tell me you suspect me too. I don't. Making the back of your neck overheat. I feel it, Mari. I really do. I can't ignore the fact you were in this room at one point in time, which is why I would like to hear about it from you. Ugh. Franziska, I feel I still don't have enough information, which is why your testimony is incredibly important to the outcome of this case. Alright. So, what would you like me to talk about? I'd like you to please testify to your movements up until you came into this room. Alright, let's try this your way for a change. What if what she has to say turns out to be a waste of time? I'll place her under arrest faster than you can howl. No! As you wish. She was startled one day to realize that as you wish really meant I love you. God, I love the Princess Bride. Acceptable in every form of media. As I said earlier, I was assigned to guard duty in the Alabastian Embassy. After I saw the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office. You hate... I'm sorry. What am I suggesting? I am suggesting Lang X Edgeworth. Oh, spicy. That is a spicy meatball. I mean, Lang called him pretty boy. Edgeworth's going as you wish. Whew. Spicy, spicy. Hearsay? Heresy. Listen, 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 listen. When Yowie calls, Yowie calls. Francisca, I want us to make this very clear from the beginning. So what I wish to confirm is that the only time span in which you were in this office was before the murder occurred. Is that correct? Yes, of course. I see. For now, the only way I can see for us to break out of this situation is to ask Francisca about her testimony in more detail. Okay, I guess that means we want to just press. You want an objection regime? Send me a DM to remind me. Do. Oh wait, I want to go back. I want to press everything. Because that sounded like we just need to press things. I thought your duty was to find anything you could about the smuggling ring. Yes, that was my job. But upon hearing that the Adegrasu had sent a calling card to the embassy, Ambassador Alba called upon us to protect the embassy instead. That incident 7 years ago. Or have you forgotten what happened here back then? Ugh. Anything related to that case we were involved in appears to be rather painful for her. It's not exactly one I can readily forget myself. Huh. Looks like you remember the case after all. Of course I do. I inspected every location, every possible escape route, and every aspect of the police's security detail. I did all that. Then after that, after I sold the Steel Samurai off on his way towards the ambassador's office. Tell me more about that. So you were at the theater as well? Yes, and I suppose you were also there as well, watching that stage show. Well, yes. So Francisca was there. Huh. Well, after the show was over and I sold the Steel Samurai off, I returned to the Rose Garden for a bit and checked up on the security situation.
Hold it!
Why did you need to confirm the degree of preparation for even the speech? For security's sake, of course. What other reason could I have had? No one knew just how the Adegrasu had planned on getting in, right? Yes, I suppose you're right. And in the end, the Adegrasu did choose to appear in the Rose Garden. Even if it did turn out to be nothing more than a shadow. Ah! Who would have thought that she would use a shadow? Ah! Calm down, Francisca. She must still be nursing a grudge over the fact she couldn't figure it out herself. Huh. Anyway, there was no one in the Rose Garden, and we were aware that the speech was set to start soon thereafter. After all the preparations were in place, I was called back by Ambassador Alba to his office.
Hold it!
At that time, Damask II's body had yet to be found in this room, is that correct? She's whipping the Yowie right out of Edgeworth. That's right. But Ambassador Alba was here. One could hardly miss his rather large presence. A criminal will say anything to get out of getting arrested. How do we know you're not lying? Well, if you need proof, I'd be happy to oblige you. Seriously? Like I keep telling you. When I arrived at his office, Ambassador Alba was already here. He was standing by the flower box on the windowsill watering his plants. Ah, I can attest to that. I remember speaking with the lovely lady around that time here in my office. All right then, add that statement to your testimony and let's hear some details. So Ambassador Alba was in this room at the time, was he? When I arrived, Ambassador Alba was watering the flowers on his windowsill.
Hold it!
For the sake of being thorough, I'd like to ask you something. How did you know that Ambassador Alba was watering his plants at the windowsill? What do you mean by that? The entrance to this room is on this side, however the window is on the opposite side. If what you say is true, then when you enter the room, his body would have been like a wall. He would have been blocking your view of what he was doing, is that not correct? I suppose it was a bit hard to see around him. But fortunately for me, Ambassador Alba is not an immovable wall. I knocked before I entered, and as I did, he turned around to greet me, with a watering can in his hand. So it's only natural to believe he was watering his plants, right? I suppose. After his greeting, we spent a little time talking about his flowers. He had obtained them himself and is growing them with the utmost care, you know. Yes, the plants in this room, they are all like my children. The passion flowers in the flower box on the windowsill are growing beautifully too. All 4 of them are in full bloom. There weren't 4, there were only 2. Ms. Von Karma, what did you say just now? I said that the flowers are growing beautifully. What about that statement do you not understand? What do I not understand? I do not understand why a certain thing is the way it is. I'd like for you to append that statement to your testimony. Very well. There it is. There were only 2 when we looked at it. Yeah.
Objection!
Franziska. Listen, Keaton. Design choices. The Ace Attorney series has always been a little strange. For some odd reason, your testimony contradicts with this piece of evidence. It does appear that way. I knew it. I knew we couldn't trust your words, sis. Mr. Edgeworth? What are you doing discrediting Miss Von Karma like this? Yes, sir. You keep this up, she's gonna get taken away, sir. All I've done is state what I saw. I have not made a single mistake in my testimony. And for this, I'm still under suspicion for murder. Is the number of flowers really all that important at this juncture, Miles? At the very least, it's a contradiction in this enigmatic case. One that I find hard to dismiss as irrelevant. Then let's hear it, Mr. Prosecutor. What does the number of flowers have to do with anything? The "you must play this game" meme? Okay. I believe the answer to that will become clear if we were to examine that flower box. How did this contradiction come about? There must be something behind this discrepancy. They're my beloved flowers. I've grown them with the utmost care. I ask that you please be gentle with them as you examine them, Mr. Edgeworth. I understand. I won't rest until I've inspected every suspicious-looking nook and cranny. The name of these flowers, I believe they're called passion flowers. Despite being called flowers, they're actually a species of vine. They appear to be growing well and are well supported by these plant supports. Yeah, but no matter how I look at it, it looks like there are only 2 here. You realize, don't you, sis? Your little lie has failed you. Miles Edgeworth! Hurry up and shut this man up for me already! I suppose I will need to use some evidence to shut him up, won't I? Huh. I do have evidence. I believe I have just the piece of evidence you require. Oh, you do you? You have such confidence in the face of your current plight. But I highly doubt it'll last until the end. Huh. Yeah, like a wolf, Agent Lang. We'll see if you have any bite to back that up. Back up that bark after you see the evidence. The truth of the passion flowers reveal can be seen in this piece of evidence. It's gonna be the hair sticks we got from Sheena.
Take that!
Sheena, who was supposedly in Babel the entire time, had these hair sticks on her that look exactly like the plant supports in this flower box. In other words, I believe it can be said that these hair sticks are in actuality support sticks for the passion flowers. And so what? Is this really all that important to the case? Of course it is. It means we found yet another item that was smuggled between the countries tonight. Ay-ya! Think about it logically, Agent Lang. These sticks were originally in Alabast, but somehow they wound up in Sheena's hands, who was in Babel the whole night. So make no mistake, these sticks were smuggled somehow, just like the knife and the statue. You dropped something on your keyboard? Oof, Fluffy. Oof. Very well then. I want to hear from you exactly how they wound up in Babel. Security sucks, it really does. How did these support sticks find their way to Babel and why? There must be some reason as to why they ended up there. So that's why. Agent Lang, if you would please take a look at this and tell me its shape. It's just another stick, isn't it? And so it is, but the shape of the support sticks is what's important. For when they're used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. Not sure which one of us you, there you go. I kind of want to watch this. Can I take on a rhino? Yikes. Woof. Oof, hun. Oof. Cat beats rhino. You just wanted an opportunity to plow you in there. Oh, oh. Big oof. Yikes. I mean, I am a magic cat after all. For when they're used with something in this room, that's when it all comes into focus. I see it. And an object that completes the picture when used with the support sticks is... it's the crossbow.
Eureka!
Yes, yes, Aurelius, please do. Please do. You get it now? What do you get, okay? That's a crossbow. Wait, you're not really suggesting. I am. These hair sticks, or rather plant support sticks, they make for perfect arrows. Ay-ya! I've done it. I found the common thread that connects the two offices. But this thread has yet to be completely untangled. Even when using the arrows, how does this explain how the statues were transported? Furthermore, who could it have been who fired these sticks as arrows? There must have been a common thread that ties all these things together.
Not so fast!
Mr. Prosecutor, hold up a second. You do realize what happens when you tie a statue to an arrow, right? They don't fly at all. So Babel's statue was draped in the Autogross's clothes and then shot over here. Even if you fired the arrows from this side, they still wouldn't go far with a statue tied to them. I don't think I need to tell you that the Primaduck statues didn't sprout wings. You're a realist after all, aren't you? The Primatic statues didn't sprout wings. Huh, of course they didn't. Glad you understand. I feel much better already. I was afraid for a second that you were unaware of that crucial fact. It's only crucial because you're under the belief that wings are necessary to this equation. What? You need to free your mind a bit more and let it fly like a bird on the wind. The Primatic statues flew, but not on a wing. Allow me a bit of your time and I'll explain this mysterious phenomenon to you. Okay. Yep.
Hold it!
And I'll say it right now, it's pretty obvious which art piece was mine. You'll know which one it was me right away. But don't vote for me just because you know it's me. Like, give everybody a chance and really vote for your favorites. I don't want to swing the vote just because you're like, oh, this is Neko's art. No. You're gonna know it's me. Don't do that shit. Okay? Please go vote in the contest. There's like 6 arts. They're all beautiful. Yes, please be fair to all. You're a smuggled item. You're a smuggled item. You're a smuggled item. Are there any other smuggled items I need to know about here? You're biased, but you have your favorite. Which one, Aurelius? DM me which one's your favorite. It's one of the Snorlaxes. It's not yours as well. The better I can't just the one that's See, I have an opinion on which one's the better one, and I'm highly doubting it's the same one that you think is the better one. You voted? You're all good? Very cool, very cool. And yes, yours is, yeah, no, I know. Listen. I am a shapeshifter. If I can't shift into a Bulbasaur, what's the point? Listen, I said to Aloe earlier, because I'm like, because I had already voted. And I did know which one was Aloe's. I'm like, Aloe, which one is yours? And she's like, blah, 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 this one's mine. And I'm like, I mean, it's not like mine wasn't obvious. And she's like, Lamau, yeah, it was. For reference, I preferred Aloe's. I liked Aloe's art a lot. It's really cool. That incredible scene just happened to have been caught on film, resulting in this photo. Here we go, back to the story. And what an incredible scene it was. This photo was taken by a freelance photojournalist, right? Yes, so I hear. And not every photojournalist is known to be honest, right? Especially not the ones that sell photos of spirits and giant creatures to tabloids. Yes, I know what you mean. I've seen those sorts of photos many a time in court. But there have been times when those photos have turned out to be telling the truth. If you had ever stood in a court of law, you would know that it's entirely plausible. The Snorlax artist really... Yeah, you're right. So I really love the fact that, number one, in the art contest, and I'm going back to look at the art now, there were 2 of each art. There were 2 Snorlaxes, 2 oh, no, there were 3 Bulbasaurs. Never mind. There were 3 Bulbasaurs and there was 1 Pikachu. But, like, the only, like... The Pikachu went for, like, the really, like, authentic coloring. Like, I took a page out of a coloring book and colored it. the three Bulbasaurs all went for like really, really like fluid. I think Bulbasaur, like two of the Bulbasaurs, mine and somebody else, the one that changed it into a Pumpkaboo, I think we both did it digitally. And then like the Snorlaxes went like full horror mode, and it was like amazing. I love them. I just think it's really, really cute. You really believe the stuff you're spewing right now? A courtroom certainly is a strange place if what you say is true. There really is something odd about the photo, no matter how you look at it. The Bulbasaur ones really are just like really cute. Sue me. Let's press this.
Hold it!
We are in agreement that an arrow by itself would reach the other side, correct? But just the arrow by itself is pretty meaningless, don't you think, Mr. Prosecutor? Because the things they wanted to smuggle were a lot bigger than nothing. No, that's not necessarily true. What? No, the Snorlaxes were super spooky. The Bulbasaurs all went cute. And the one Pikachu is like, I ripped a page out of a coloring book and colored it. What I need right now is not further discussion of my conclusions. It's the launching of my conclusions. What the shooter wanted to launch with the crossbow was not the statues themselves, but rather something a crossbow can launch that can be used to move the statues. I'm going to present here, because this is The Wire.
Objection!
Roulette in 60 seconds started on the Twitch side if anybody wants to join in on that. Finally, we have reached this point in our discussion. For I present to you that which was carried by the arrow from the crossbow. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. It would be really sweet if I won, but honestly, I think that everybody just did such a good job that and like all of them are my friends too, so like mostly because you want to edit of it. Okay, you know what? I know we have a light goal pinned, but I'm actually going to go in and pin that just so everybody can get the chance. To do the thing to do. I don't even know. I get it now, Mr. Prosecutor. I can see exactly what you're trying to say. You're saying that the wire was tied to an arrow and then shot into Mr. Koken's office. Oof. Keaton 1-800, Cryo lost 5K. All the way from the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy down to the 3rd floor of the Ablaze Embassy. If what you're claiming is really what happened, I can see how Alabash Primaduck statue could be moved. Gravity could be used to move the statue down the wire from the 5th to the 3rd floor. But then, what about Babble's Primaduck statue? The dark shadow in this photo is clearly flying away from Babble. Going in the opposite way of gravity from the 3rd floor of the Ablaze Embassy up to the 5th floor of the Alabastian Embassy. How do you explain that? Aha. I think I finally see how the gears behind this whole trick work. Agent Lang, the motion used behind this trick. I wonder if perhaps you have yet to envision how it works in your head. Motion. What motion? This is the motion that was employed to smuggle Babble's Primaduck statue. Oh, I get it! I believe it was done via rotary motion. If the two statues were transported simultaneously... Get real. The statues would collide somewhere along the way.
Objection!
Did I ever say there was only one line of wire between the two offices? If you shot an arrow with the two ends of a wire tied to a circular belt, a circular belt can be formed.
Not so fast!
Lang Shi says, don't object and call a success what is beyond reasonability. Roulette going again. Taking into account the tension difference between the two wires. The top one would sag too much to the point where the statues would collide anyway.
Objection!
Agent Lang. As you know, the Primaduck statue is a one-of-a-kind national treasure. And the fact that Babel's statue is a hollow replica of the real statue. It would naturally be lighter than the real one, meaning that my idea is very possible. Lang Shi says. Oh! Here's what I believe happened. Ms. Yu and her mysterious co-conspirator set themselves up in 2 different rooms. The co-conspirator bridged the rooms by shooting the 2 ends of the wire down on one arrow. Then the 2 of them covered the statues and proceeded to transport the statues. After the switch was completed, another arrow was fired, carrying the other end of the wire down to Babel where it was to be disposed of. Proof cats can't howl? Bleh. A mechanized Maxis raid! Oh my goodness. Hello, hello. Is that Edgeworth? Miles Edgeworth. It is. Hello there, nerd one. I am a nerd one, aren't I? Welcome, Raiders. You want to listen? Listen. I don't howl. I'm not a wolf. I mean, I could take a wolf form, I suppose, but that's just so, like, weird. Welcome, Raiders. What the heck is that bulldozer-looking thing on the stream avatar element things? So that is a rhino from Warside. Someone say wolf? Yes, Blaze. Yes, someone said wolf. Cap and... Oh, Maxis, don't you know I'm a shapeshifter? I don't like taking canine forms, but I could if I really needed to, wanted to. Cat turning into wolf. Yeah, no, I don't. It's not comfy. Ow. Oh, shoot. Hold on. I clicked off to type in the raid tag or to type in the thingy, and there we go. Okay, and to hide the wire, Miss Yu hid it inside the grandfather clock. That guy's jacket looks pretty heat. Yeah, listen. My voice cracked during the howl. Do you want me to redo the howl? I could redo the howl. Let's see here. Lang Shi says, howl. There you go. Thanks, Keaton. Someone clip that voice. Did I crack again? Yikes. The original? It was only a few moments ago. That's even worse. Well, I'm not a dog. I'm not a wolf. Nope, not even close. Get clipped, Neko. Thanks. I just know that that's going to be the one that everybody pulls up. You're going to clip it on Twitch too, aren't you? It's going to get pulled up every time. I'm going to be like salty about it. Yikesy. Anywho. Not clipping anything until your Pam poem makes it to show. Listen, your Pam poem's not happening. This proves it, right, Agent Lang? That I'm not the killer. Not yet, sis. I still haven't had my dessert yet. Right, Mr. Prosecutor. The proof is in the pudding, as it were. Pudding is a nice dessert. Pudding. Maybe I'll make pudding tonight. I have everything I need to make pudding. How about I do it for your birthday? When's your birthday, ER? Maxis, thanks for following on Twitch. Surprise, you're over here. Surprise. When we made affiliate in 7 days. There you go. There's your surprise. Better yet is your Christmas gift. I'll think about it. July? I'll think about it. I'll think about thinking about it. Congrats on affiliate. Thanks. It literally, we hit that affiliate in the first 7 days of being on Twitch, which is honestly impressive. Somebody made a joke that I'm probably the smallest person to make affiliate ever. So, you know, if you could always use your Amazon Prime Twitch subs if you have Amazon Prime. Help Neko out a little. You know, something. I don't know. We don't have any subscribers on Twitch yet, so you could be the first. Ooh. This is what you get for being a loyal subscriber? Yeah, but you're not a member. You know what? That would be the way to do it. Cries quietly. You know what? If I do it, and I'm not saying I will, I'm going to make it members content. Mwah ha 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 ha. So, do you think you can do it? Can you prove that what you said is what happened? Because remember, if you can't, I'll be taking a certain someone back home with me as a souvenir. I agree that as long as there's no proof, my hypothesis remains just that. However, what I have laid out is no mere hypothesis, for there's one more piece of evidence. One more. This should be interesting. You think you have a piece of evidence that will turn your hypothesis into fact. Well then, let's see it, Mr. Prosecutor. The thing that made it possible to create a circular belt out of a length of wire. I see it. I know. I know. It's the ceiling fan. I believe it's right here in this very room. Yow. This is what made the circular belt transportation method possible.
Take that!
Oh yeah. There we go. Looks like you dropped another bomb on us again. The last piece to the trick are two pulleys. Precisely. The ceiling fans double as pulleys in this case. And thanks to the fact there's one installed in each of the offices, the ceiling fan's made for the perfect pulley set for the wire to run on. This must be it. This is how the smugglers bypass the impenetrable security. Ha 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 ha! You really are something else, Mr. Prosecutor. I bet you figured it all out already, haven't you? You know who the big hotshot that set up this real-life stage show is, don't you? The person who set up this rather large and complex stage show needs to be someone who had foreknowledge of the existence of the ceiling fan in both the Alabastian and Ablaze offices, and that the passion flower support stakes could be used as arrows. The real mastermind behind this case? Well, don't you dare make this wolf wait for his food. Why are you so hesitant, Miles Edgeworth? If you can't say who it is, why don't you present something like you always do? A single point of the finger here in this case will explode into an international incident. However, it's already too late for me to stop the forward momentum. It appears I have no choice now but to rush in. There's a piece of evidence that will point to us to who the serious mastermind is. And that is the crossbow. Oh, they changed name to crossbow arrows. The hair sticks, the crossbow arrows.
Take that!
This smuggling could not have been possible without the use of the crossbow. Furthermore, the arrows that were shot by the crossbow were plucked, as it were, from the flower box in this very room. They were planted so long ago that the passion flowers had time to grow so big that Ms. Von Karma didn't even notice the arrows when she visited this room today. On top of all this, the fact that the culprit knew that both offices had ceiling fans tells us that the person has very detailed information on the embassy's layout. So as you may have already guessed, the person I'm accusing of hatching this plan is the person who grew the flowers in the flower box with the utmost care. I thought so. Thus it can only be you, Queer Kiss Alba. Are you out of your mind, Miles Edgeworth? I'm certain of what I'm saying, and I am sure that he's the culprit. Tell me, Mr. Prosecutor, what was the ambassador trying to accomplish by doing all the stuff you just outlined? Why in the world would he need to use a trick like that? I understand your need to doubt me. However, there is one thing that stands out to me as very odd. Just one thing, huh? The one single end result Ambassador Alba sought to obtain, if we were to examine the focus of this complex trick. I believe we will finally find the answer to everything. Everything will become clear once we examine this piece of evidence. You know what?
Take that!
I'm betting it's this. I would fully understand the reasoning had the situation been the reverse. However, to go through the trouble of swapping the real Primaduck statue for the fake, I sense a very shady reason for such a bizarre action. I think he's part of the smuggling ring. And who better to ask for that reason than King Primadux himself? I see. Ambassador will be examining that statue now, with or without your permission. There's the one on the bottom. A shield, huh? Doesn't seem to be anything unusual about it. I bet it's supposed to mean that guy is protecting something. I don't think it's supposed to have that deep of a meaning behind it. In that case, what are we wasting time with this for? Let's look at some other area. I think the sword's gonna give me the same thing. The helmet? This guy kind of looks like the Steel Samurai, don't you think? Maybe it's because they look alike that he was picked to be the Goodwill Ambassador. I suppose that's possible. Take a look at this area around the base of his neck. It looks like a gap. Hey, you're right. Maybe it's meant to be some kind of secret. Perhaps it's possible to open the statue from this gap in its construction. What? Hurry up and open it, Miles. Alright, here goes. It's the counterfeit plate! I wasn't expecting that. Wow, it really did open up. Hey, what's this thing that fell out? I believe a more thorough examination of it is required. What in the... is this? Hey, is this what I think it is? It's a plate for making counterfeit bills. Somehow, it appears we've at long last arrived at the exit to this complex labyrinth. We finally hold within our hands one of the counterfeit money plates, and the reason why the replica was smuggled into Alabas to begin with. Oh. The Primaduck statue can only be handled by the ambassador or the secretary, and the replica is nothing more than a hollow shell covered in gold. These two circumstances make the statue the ideal object in which to hide contraband. After receiving the statue containing the counterfeit plate from Sheena, the ambassador had the misfortune of accidentally running into Damask II. Surprised by the thief, the ambassador raised the replica statue at Damask, and then in order to frame the steel samurai of the murder, he covered the samurai sword in blood. Well, Ambassador Alba? You're the leader of the smuggling ring. My country is a mess, and it's all because of you. You're the one who killed Damask II? Answer us. I never thought you would figure things out to this level. However, there is one point I disagree with you on. The head of the smuggling ring was Mr. Koken.
Not so fast!
Quit screwing around. I have no sympathy for someone who would try to pass the guilt onto a dead man. If there's one thing I'm sure of, it's that you're the real ringleader, Quercus Alba. It's not good to speak with such subjectivity, you know, Agent Lang. Subjectivity, my conclusion, is anything but, and is the result of logic and investigation. Logic and investigation? Only seconds ago, you were ready to arrest Miss Von Karma. I don't think we can give such flip-floppity logic any real weight, do you? Heh. It was bait. It looks like you still don't get why I came back. Excuse me. You see, the reason I came back is so I could sink my fangs into your wrinkly old neck. From the very beginning, my real target has been you. What? Agent Lang, I demand an explanation. Sorry, sis. Didn't mean to put you through all that. I knew you were innocent from the very beginning. You did? I knew that this whole incident had been meticulously planned and prepared for. You did, Keaton. Good on you. So naturally, the occupant of this room, Ambassador Elba, seemed the most suspicious. No, I actually kind of believe it. Without the ambassador's permission, we couldn't get in to take another look around. Ah, so that's why you put on this big show to accuse Franziska of the murder. Using Franziska as the bait, you were able to gain us entry and investigative rights. Yeah, if I hadn't done that, I doubt the ambassador would have given the okay to poke around. So that's what all this was about. Very well, I'll forgive you. But in exchange for using me as bait, you will take some responsibility and help us find the truth. Agent Lang, for giving me such a great opening. I thank you. You know, I just knew, Mr. Prosecutor, that somehow if we were able to find some proof by investigating this room, that you would be able to figure out the real culprit with your special brand of logic. The evidence detectives collect combined with the logic of a prosecutor. That's just as it should be in a prosecutor-detective team, right? I don't know about all that. But one thing I do know is I'm itching to see that old man get what's coming to him. Oh, you're quite scary when you want to be, aren't you? Hey, you were the one who was planning to use me to push all the guilt onto the sis. Unfortunately for you, you misjudged me. Agent Lang, I wish for you to stop trying to intimidate me. What we need right now is evidence and proof. I wonder if you have what is necessary to prove that I am the head of the smuggling ring.
Objection!
Don't be such a sore loser! If you really are the head of the smuggling ring, then you should acknowledge your crimes with dignity. How do you access Streamlabs? You mean like the cloud bot? Would be that one. You found your kink grilled chicken. Very lovely, lovely. What just you spotted and took your opportunity? Yeah, Fluffy did an ambush. Hello, Advanced Warrior. Welcome in. Dignity. That is nothing more than a fool's and sincere display of strength. Your computer ran smoothly tonight. Did you get an upgrade to it? Single monitor? Yeah. If you really wish for me to acknowledge my crimes, I would like to first see some of this thing you call evidence. I tell you, I knew nothing. Really. I didn't know that a counterfeit plate was hidden inside that statue.
Objection!
You swapped a real statue that vested in your country the authority to rule for a fake. It doesn't make any sense you didn't know anything. It doesn't make sense. Where doesn't it make sense? Can you prove that it doesn't make sense? This feels really Junko-y. Was it Junko? Hold on, wait. There's somebody very specific that had an argument that it was like, hi guy. Shinzoras, thank you for following. And a subscription on YouTube. Very cool. Thank you.
Always come back.
That one will probably pop up in a moment. He's really got us. He's turned the entire situation around against us. There it is. What's the vote for? An art contest run by one of my friends. It was basically just coloring pages. And so where you go for your top 3. Neko's is pretty obvious what Neko's is. However, don't vote for Neko just because it's Neko. Okay? Bingo bongo. Not much more to go for that 900, that's true. You know, and actually, ER, are you still here? Don't vote. Don't vote for Neko just because it's Neko. Like, you can vote for me if you like the art, but like, don't be biased, please. You are here. So you want me to play Quap for the 1,000 subscriber special? Fluffy, stop being evil. So I booted it up today just to be like, do I still got it? Because I haven't touched it in a hot minute. And I got all the way to the end, like first run. Are you sure you want me to do it? It only took me like 5 minutes. You sure that's what you want? You sure that's the kind of content? Quap, Q-W-O-P. It's an old Flash game from like the 2009 maybe. It's just a joke. I mean, I was taking you kind of seriously. It would be funny. I might do like Flash game night for the 1K. It would be really, really funny. Like retro Flash games. Would be really hilarious. Anywho. Oh, it was Mikan's trial. She was like, was it this? Was it the thing they did? Was it the way her shoes were? Was it this or that? That trial. Oh, that felt just like that, right? You nominate. No, I'm not playing Jump King. You can't make me. There is no way in hell that I am playing Jump King. You want to see Neko like seriously angry? That's when I'll play Jump King. But it's going to make me really, 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 really pissed off. And I don't think any of you are prepared for that. So no, we're not playing Jump King. Thank you. I would be trying to do that forever. The proof that Interpol has been after, which points to this man as the ringleader. You get angry with Master Duel? Why not? And listen. How about Sonic? I could play Solitaire. Chat and Solitaire would be really funny, actually. If we can somehow find that proof now, then we can see to it that justice is finally served. Is there nothing I can use to break this case wide open? The trump card and the videotape. With those two items, we might be able to finally bring this man down. But the card is evidence from a case that Mr. Faraday hid away in secret. And the tape was stolen by Detective Bad from the police. They're both illegal evidence. No matter what, a protector of the law can't be allowed to use such pieces of evidence. I forget what voice I gave this guy. Give me a second. Where was my Manfred voice? Yikesy. Yeah, no, I know he's German, but I gave him a voice, and everybody was like, that's a really good voice for him. And now I can't remember what I did. Deep bellowing? When you take Ace Attorney quiz, what? Deep bellowing. You always end up being Manfred von Karma. Oh no. Give me a second, chat. I'm gonna pull up. I'm gonna see if I can't pull up where that was and see if I can't voice the voice. Give me like 2 seconds. How did I pull off that voice? Yikes. Oh, did I do something weird with the chat? Shoot. Properties. We're just starting to get you might need to adjust the bosses for bigger groups. Yeah, I'm thinking we will. Needless to say, we Von Karmas are commanded to achieve nothing but victory. And by any means necessary. The only way to bring someone down like that to justice was to do so outside the courts. What the hell are the icons next to your name? The first one is the Twitch one. The second one's the mod one. And the third one's the artist badge. Because you are an artist for the channel. You do lots of the art for the stream avatars. That's what your icons are. That's what we thought at the time. I no longer follow the path of Manfred von Karma. And I won't follow the path of the Yatagarasu. It's digital art. This leaves me with what? What creed will I believe in? If I want to pursue the truth, then I will sully my hands in illegality. And if I want to pursue justice, then I will lose the truth. What is the law and what is justice? And which path is a prosecutor supposed to follow? That choice is one I must make by my own hand, here and now. We need the truth. There's no limit to the law. Any limit that exists was set there by man. When a person goes beyond that limit, then the law too crosses over into new territory. Nah, I want the path of truth. For what reason were laws invented? The answer to that is what I must now show. Ambassador Alba, I wonder if you might recognize this. Oh, I wonder what that card is. I've never seen that before in my life. It's a directives card used by the leader of the ring to relay instructions to his subordinates. You a fan of that? I've never heard of it. Oh, is that what it is? This card was sent to the real culprit behind the KG8 incident 10 years ago. A man by the name of Mr. Manny Koken. Oh, so why do you have such a card in your possession? Because it was hand-delivered to me. By a certain great thief, the Yatagarasu. Fluffy gets a tank to fight boss. Pew pew, pew pew. The boss scowled at you on Twitch, by the way. Too bad there's a cool court scene with Ace Attorney music. Nah. It's the show connected to Breaking Bad. I've never seen Breaking Bad either. The Yatagarasu gave that to you. Don't talk nonsense and let's be serious, Mr. Edgeworth. Do you have any proof that the card contains directions from the ringleader? I'll have you know that this card is not the only thing I was given. What? This contains security footage that was shot just before the start of the KG8 incident. The KG8 incident? The card and the video. These two pieces of evidence are what will seal your fate. Oh, very interesting. I must admit I am very curious now. No human language can describe the disappointment you're feeling right now. Listen, Neko doesn't watch TV. I watch YouTube. I watch anime. That's it. You can talk to Cryo about it. Maybe. I don't even know. I never watched it. Never saw it. Nope. Very curious indeed in these case-deciding pieces of evidence you've presented. The prey the Yatagarasu has been chasing all this time now stands before me. I can't allow this man, who has had free reign for 10 long years, to simply walk away. Episodes are in YouTube. No. Like, I watch streams. I don't watch. I watch video documentaries. I don't watch TV. I don't like Hollywood's crap. Now's the time for me to bring to fruition the valiant spirit that was given to me. I get it. Neko's gonna get canceled over Breaking Bad of all things. I get it. I see how it is. March 15th, 1:34 a.m. Theatrum Neutralis. Lobby. So, what is this interesting thing that you wanted to show me? The trump card and the videotape. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. Watch documentaries. I usually watch like video documentaries to fall asleep to. A lot of stuff about like lore in video games or like lost video game content or like video essay type stuff. But I also like historical documentaries like pyramids and stuff. A lot of like what used to play on the Discovery Channel. I haven't watched any in a long time, but I kind of want to get back into them. You watched a lot of history documentaries. I especially like things about like the pyramids and the Egyptians, and I like a lot of like the Great Wall of China sort of stuff. Like historical buildings and monuments and stuff are like what I'm really interested in. Historical architecture, if you will. These two pieces of evidence together make for the ultimate hand. And this is where the real meaning behind Detective Bad's words will be realized. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir. What you see here is security footage shot just before the KG-8 murder occurred. From this footage, we know that the card is a directives card from the smuggling ring. This is the section that proves the card was used to relay an order. Well, it's in his hand, so I'm gonna assume it. As you can see, Mr. Koken is holding this card in his right hand. I see. The killer is indeed holding a card with the exact same design on it. The History Channel documentary series called Trains Unlimited, I do not. But that card and the one you have, just because they look the same doesn't mean that they are, does it now? But there's a very easy way for me to prove that they are in fact one and the same. All we have to do is simply take a look at this. It's gonna be the blood on the card. This dark red blood. Yes, this is your proof. Why are there two fluffies on the screen? One for YouTube and one for Twitch. This one you watched a lot as a kid. The episodes finally ended up on YouTube. Ooh. I do like trains. I like trains indeed. Proof that the orders on this card were played out in that terrible tragedy. The blood belonged to the victim of the KG-8 incident. Wingit managed to get 3 Wingits that one time. You're allowed 2. Yeah, Stream Avatars has come a long way in like the glitchy stuff. We haven't had as much since they've had a few updates. This is getting out of hand. Now there are 2 of them. Yeah, but which one is evil and which one's true evil? That's the real question. You wish you flung the Teru. The other Fluffy is spelled slightly different. So there you go. With a bit of DNA testing, we can very easily verify that as fact. If you have no objections, then I'd like for you to take a look at this next piece of footage. This car passed by in front of the victim's apartment building. It's an official Cadopian government card. What? Detective Gumshoe, if you could please magnify the footage. This area of the footage directly links the smuggling ring with Cadopia.
Take that!
the shape of this pocket, and the director's card in it. It tells us that without a doubt, this person in the car is Mr. Koken. Ugh. The license plate on the car was also captured by the security camera. And with it, we can easily find out who was sitting in this car on that day 10 years ago. Ugh. Which is why I can say with confidence that you were riding in this car on that day. Ugh.
Oh my. You've done well, boy, to make it this far. However, about your claim I was riding in the car at that time, that's going to be mighty difficult to prove.
I actually see it. Excuse me. And grab a drink real quick. Drink, drink, drink. Alba's gone Armstrong mode. Metal Gear reference. Here comes the Albatross. How so?
The Principality of Cadopia no longer exists. So naturally, all records from that time period also no longer exist.
Ugh, that arrogance. What he really means is he's already erased all traces of them.
Are we finished here, boy?
The only weapon I have left to me now is this piece of footage. There must be something here I can use against him. I see it.
Take that!
What the? Ambassador Alba.
Yes, what is it?
You were once an army man in the service of Cadopia. And it was you who made the many missions you participated in successes, correct?
Why the sudden backhanded praises, boy? Although, to be sure, the brilliant medals on my breast were awarded to me during the era of Cadopia. But now I am the only one who owns this particular medal.
In that case, the only person it could be who's sitting in this car is you.
How do you figure that?
By the medal captured here in this footage. It's clearly the same exact medal as the one on your chest.
What?
This is how it will be, but I won't look back. For this is the path I have chosen.
You've moved me with your devotion to this case, Miles Edgeworth.
Why is he taking such an arrogant stance with me?
It's almost looking possible, isn't it? For the lot of you to have come this far. It looks like I just might lose our little game this time. You might lose the game this time. You don't get another round, Mr. Ambassador. Is that a fact? Very well. I've decided to confess and admit my guilt.
You're going to confess?
And I will accept whatever punishment may come as a result. What the? Regarding the second's murder, I admit it. I did it out of self-defense.
You're claiming it was justified self-defense?
Damask the second attacked me, and I felt my life was in danger. If I hadn't done what I did, I might be the one you found dead instead of him. Ha 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 ha! What a pathetic performance. I'm not giving you one.
Wow, you two really know how to laugh at inappropriate times. If you wish to claim it was justified self-defense, then we will need some evidence.
It's always the evidence with you, isn't it? But if that's what you require, I'll provide it. That man left a mark on me when he attacked.
What?
I don't particularly want to show it off, but this is the proof that it was in self-defense. I'm an old man, and sometimes I don't pay enough attention when I should. But Damas II didn't have...
But Damas II didn't have a single weapon on his body.
Hold on, it's nothing to get worked up over, because I hid the weapon.
You hid it?
I'm sorry, but as you know, a murder is a murder, even if it's in self-defense. And I couldn't let it become public, seeing as how I am an ambassador. This is the weapon you seek. My special bonsai trimming shears.
Oh, it's covered in blood. Ow.
He was trembling quite badly during our struggle, but that's when he grabbed the shears that were sitting in my office and attacked. So you see, it was an act of self-defense.
Is he right, Mr. Edgeworth? Since he has both the wound and the weapon that caused it, it's enough to declare it so. No way!
Oh, which reminds me, I guess there's still one more accusation I need to resolve. Smuggling and counterfeiting. Unfortunately, all of that is my secretary's doing. I had no knowledge it was going on. Stop spewing nonsense. You're trying to throw my investigation under the bus in your desperation. If you want to get a real honest, everything in this case can be connected to you.
The murder of Damas II was done in self-defense? In my trials, no man escapes this crime was alive.
Perhaps so if you were my opponent in court. However, there is one very important fact I think you may have forgotten.
And what is that? He's an ambassador. He has political immunity.
That's what you mean. Extraterritoriality.
I'm not okay, apparently. I feel like I have something caught in my throat.
That's right. This embassy sits on what is effectively Alabastian soil. So any trial that is to be held will be held in Alabast. Therefore, the crime I just admitted to will never be tried in your courts.
Agent Lang, what is Interpol's stance on this?
Agents investigate. That's our job.
Oh my goodness! Hello, Wardy!
Wardy J Plays has joined the Lolita Syndicate on YouTube.
Fantastic. Hi. Hi. How are ya? Ugh.
The judgment of the people who have confessed to their crime, that's the court's job.
Ugh.
And I've already confessed to all of my crimes, Agent Lang.
What are these ads? I don't know. I don't make up the ads on Twitch.
Furthermore, by the nature of my position, I have full extraterritorial rights. These rights are effective even on your country's soil. Therefore, no matter where crime may take place, I will never stand trial in one of your courts. That arrogance and your expression. That's nothing like the face of someone who is ready to accept the consequences. Don't tell me you have your own country's judicial system eating right out of your hands.
Bedroom, what? Stimulants, what? Cryo, I don't make the Twitch ads. I don't know what you're saying. Is that really what they're playing on Twitch? That's kind of funny.
These crimes you all speak so seriously of.
Keaton bonking the Twitch ads. Fantastic.
To me, this has all been nothing more than a game. You may chase me out of this embassy with your accusations, but it's no big deal. Alabasta has numerous other embassies in other countries around the world. All you would accomplish is you would change the backdrop of our little game.
These 2 layers of protection that extraterritoriality provides him. This is why he's one of those who cannot be brought to court.
You see now, don't you? I live in a whole different world than you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to go and fetch your eviction papers.
Is there nothing we can do? Oh boy, Cryo. I'm gonna take a quick break here. I'm gonna go and get some throat spray, because I have some downstairs. And I will be right back. Have fun fighting the boss again. Let me just save. Okay, okay. Yes, I took a while. Sorry. Where do you look at views? If you tap on the screen, it'll show you how many people are viewing currently. It only does concurrent viewers. Yes, I took some cough syrup because I couldn't find the cough spray because it's not where I left it. Of course it's not. And I grabbed some cough drops. So that should work. Honestly, it's really just the voice that I'm doing for it is hard on my, like making that voice harsh is harsh on my vocal cords. That's really all it is, I promise. Song reminds you of Phantasy Star. Which one? The first, second, third? Which one? You're definitely reworking the boss system. Maybe I can, hold on. Edit this just slightly, tweak the command for when I go on to BRB. It does 5 actions currently. Do. Therefore, number 3. Okay. Next time I go to BRB, it'll play a hard boss. We'll try it. We'll try it like that. Honestly, I don't care that it's easy to beat the boss that I play on the BRB screen, because honestly, to me, it's kind of like I'm giving everybody a little bit of credit for having to deal with me being BRB. Welcome back. Persona 5 Royal Coffee Shop music starts to play. We saved. Fantastic. Okay, let's go. You want to be entertained? Are you not entertained? I don't even know what that's from. I just know the thing. You want your ass beat? Hold on a second. Bum. How are you all doing, and what did you have for— I don't think I've eaten today, so don't ask me that. Alright, hold on. I know what. There. Fight the hard one. The Atrium Neutralis lobby. It's now 2:11 a.m. Can't believe it, sir. Extraterritoriality. Yes, and there's nothing we can really do about that. Ace Attorney Dark Secrets? In the end, we didn't have enough authority to bring him to justice. I can't believe that even though we know he's the boss, we can't lay a finger on him. Your family brought McDonald's with them, which was good since you did not eat anything before they came. That's good. I know. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor, sorry to skip out on you, but I've got some business to take care of. You can't wait till Halloween's over so we may get the old bosses out? Listen, I'm sorry. If we can't even give an evil guy like him a slap on the wrist, then what the heck were laws created for? What good are they? If the law can't help us, then I'll go as the Adagarasu and take care of this myself. Don't you dare. Mr. Edgeworth. Sorry, that was a bit too harsh. I know how you feel, sir. We're trying to take on an ambassador after all. And he did tell us earlier to get out of the theater. This is kind of the country, I guess. I feel like I've been slapped across the face for just doing my job. What am I going to do? Should I retreat for now and formulate a better plan of attack? Come on, everyone. We can't give up yet. Okay. I want you to think about something for a sec. We've never let up for even a second, and as long as we don't stop investigating, we might find the rotten treasure hidden here. She's right. Come on, Mr. Edgeworth. You're right, Kay. Very well. Let us reopen the investigation and see what we can find. Come on, Kay. Right behind you. Okay, I'll go check out Babel a little more, sir. And I have something that I need to investigate further in Alabast. Is he gonna let you in there? Now then, before I gather any more information, I should do a bit of housekeeping. Passion flower data erased from my organizer. This is a long one. They keep erasing more and more evidence. Ambassador Alba seemed agitated over something. He did, didn't he? Catnip. Thanks for the catnip. Or no, you gave it to yourself. Well, that's not very nice of you. No sips for you. I wonder why. There are two special circumstances that surrounded the ambassador. First, the embassy itself has extraterritorial rights. If something happens on Alabastian soil, we're unable to legally prosecute him. And I told you that the change was that you needed to add who you were giving the catnip to, so that you could give up the catnip to anybody. But hoarding it for yourself is kind of rude. Sounds like embassies are the perfect place to steal whatever you want. And Murder Damas II run a smuggling operation to make counterfeit bills, apparently. But I thought all the counterfeiting was done by Mr. Kogan in Babel. Yes, he apparently used the embassy's coupon printing press to do it. Thank you, Keaton. It's alright, I'm teasing mostly. Thank you, Keaton. Appreciate the catnip. It's the same story over there anyway. Babel also has extraterritorial rights. Which brings me to my next point. The ambassador's extraterritorial rights. Those rights are effective even in our own country. Really? No matter what happens, he can never be tried in our courts. He retains some very special rights indeed. Basically, no matter what wrongs he may commit, we can't bring him to trial here. Oh, very cool, guy. Very cool. So I guess we really don't stand a chance, do we? We might stand a chance if we can somehow nullify either one of his special rights. This was taken just before the two ambassadors gave their bouquets to the Steel Samurai. Wait, is it just my imagination? Or is there something in this picture that I've seen before? Huh. It appears to be a bouquet of Persian Silamons and roses. Wow, you even know the exact species? I never would have figured you for an expert on flowers. Ugh. It's all because of those flowers that old lady sends me every month. Just look at me, I sound like some sort of botanist. So, what exactly is this yellowish flower here? That one. I'm not sure. What? You don't know? As far as I can recall, I've never seen a flower like this before. But I feel as though I've seen this shape somewhere before. There's the troublemaker standing there smack in the center making two peace signs. Wow, the Steel Samurai stands out even more than the two ambassadors in this picture. Well, hey, the person playing the Steel Samurai is one of your friends, right? No, I have no idea who he is. Wait, but you just said he. You knew which gender he was, so you must know him, right? I beg that you please refrain from talking about that person with me ever again.
I always come back.
Thanks, Keaton. The Butts always does come back. And boy, does he stink. Mr. Polino has a really great smile, don't you think? I bet he was really happy they were going to become Kadopi again. Perhaps. But instead he became the greatest victim in today's case. An ambassador like him who is always thinking of his country is really to be admired. Yeah, although this happened, I hope they'll be able to reunite the country someday. I hope so as well, but for that to happen, we need to solve this case first. Don't actually hate, they're just, yeah, no, I agree. Okay, yeah, they're definitely just tired of his bullshit. We need to see to it that those who would harm the new Kadopia are locked away. And we will! Wait a minute. What happened to the other ambassador? Just BS, basically. It's the handle. It's the knife handle.
Eureka!
Babel's national symbol is the butterfly, and Alabast's is the flower. It would appear that someone is employing the old hide a tree in a forest trick. What are you mumbling to yourself about? Wait, what? The handle on this knife! Ah! Yes, it's the handle that was supposed to be on the blade that killed Mr. Koken. The weapon that killed him was carried through the Theatrum Neutralis in the very bouquet Ambassador Alba was carrying. The flower motif. It looks like one of the flower petals is missing. Oh, and take a look at the weapon itself. It's missing the exact same petal. Then the knife in this photo is most definitely the same as this murder weapon. Oh my. Oh boy. I wonder if I have like logic to put together, maybe. Thank you for the catnip. Yet another smuggling incident solved, yeah. I feel like these are connected. Yep, we know the counterfeit bills were printed using the embassy's press. But the necessary materials, such as the Ablaze ink and paper, must have been hidden in a secure location. But what do you think would have happened if the renovations had begun? Well, he probably would have had to find a better hiding place or get rid of it all. Right. So we can assume that the renovation was the cause of the plate and bills disposal. And the reason Mr. Koken was killed as the ringleader of the smuggling operation. Based on what we know, who do you think was the one with the most to gain? Well, obviously, it's the one person who's been erasing all evidence of the smuggling operation. Oop, to drink or not to drink? That is the question. Nico shall drink. Drink. From both embassies, the co-conspirator who was mopping up, Ambassador Alba. Ambassador Alba had a very strong motive to kill Manny Koken. Yeah, he did. That's gotta be connected. The cause of Ambassador Alba's agitation, the rotten treasure we may find, and the motive for killing Mr. Koken. Ms. Yu said it herself that she didn't kill anyone tonight. If we were to take her words at face value, then the reason for the ambassador's nervousness can only be one thing. He didn't want us to discover the real circumstances under which Mr. Koken was killed. Then you mean Ambassador Alba's the real killer? But I thought the two of them were friends. Maybe they were, but what if Mr. Koken was the one who first betrayed their friendship? Oh, I get it. Wasn't Mr. Koken pushing really hard for Mr. Polino to be ambassador right after the unification? Yes, and that was the real reason why he wanted to steal Alabast's Primaduck statue. So Mr. Koken hired Damas II to go steal it for him. But when Ambassador Alba found out what he was up to, he killed Mr. Koken? It's definitely a possibility at this point. Those two really were thinking of no one but themselves. Oh, what happened in the story before you got here? So, Ambassador Alba tried to kick us out. Lang shows back up, accuses Franziska as a ploy of the murder of Damask, so that we can get in. What else? We go through some logic mumbo jumbo with Lang, discover that Alba is the ringleader of the smuggling ring. But basically we can't prosecute him because he has extraterritorial rights and basically can't be prosecuted in another country aside from his own. The question now is, how did he do it? Ambassador Alba was in Alabast, but Mr. Koken's body was discovered in Babel, right? Right, and that's what we must solve next. I believe we now understand why Ambassador Alba was so nervous and agitated. It must have something to do with where Mr. Koken was killed. A place where the Alabastan ambassador was likely to meet the Ablaze Mr. Koken. Oh my god, he wasn't killed in the embassies. He was killed here.
Take that!
The only place that makes sense is here at the Theatrum Neutralis. What? Here? The Goodwill event was being held here today, correct? So the only place that the both of them would have been in is here. But if that's the case, then everything changes. This theater isn't actually Alabastian land. So that wipes out one of those extraterritorial rights he has. It makes logical sense, in which case it is a reason for us to investigate further. So what should we check out? Let's see. I believe we should check the immigration records for both Alabast and Babel post-haste. Babel's records should be easy to obtain, however the problem will be Alabast. I wonder if they would allow us to see their records despite the order to vacate.
Objection!
Franziska coming on clutch. I'm already one step ahead of you, Miles Edgeworth. Franziska, I have here the security footage from both Alabast and Babel. You would do well to take a look at its contents. Nice. You move fast. Avant Karma tries to be perfect in every way. It's not my nature to keep on retreating like this. I took the liberty of looking over the Babel investigation reports as well. From now on, you will make no excuse to back down or say we can't solve this case. Sorry about earlier. We won't be beaten. Because my cute little subordinate's gonna try his very best, isn't he? Hasn't she patronized me all enough already for a lifetime? So this video contains footage from Alabast's immigration screening area. I really hope there's something in here we can use. New. 522. Okay. 523. Which minute's footage should I examine? Well, let's start here. Hi, Larry. On the outside, he may look like the Steel Samurai, but on the inside, it's just Larry. Other than the fact that it's that good for nothing, nothing else seems out of order. Wait, you know as well as I that anything can happen if he's involved. You're not suggesting that someone else could be under that mask, are you? No, I don't think that. Just before he entered here, he gave me an autograph, so I'm certain it's Larry under there. Doesn't something about this lump's shape strike you as odd? Isn't it supposed to be this shape? No, there's clearly something odd about the bulge. If only we had the pushcart itself, we could compare and confirm my hunch. Yeah. Next, let's check the footage from Babel's security camera. I hope it shows us something good. 25. Phooey, there wasn't a single sign of suspicious person or anything. That right there is the contradiction. Huh? Did I miss something? You didn't miss anything, because there was nothing to miss. However, what is missing is the image of Mr. Koken entering his own country. But wasn't his body found in Babel? It would appear that the true face of our final puzzle has finally revealed itself. Ambassador Alba.
I thought I had asked for you and your group to vacate the premises, Mr. Edgeworth.
Actually, I thought I should let you know that this theater sits on my country's soil.
You've had your fun and I've enjoyed our little game. I dare say you've even achieved a new high score. However, once you've recorded a score, that same game can never be replayed again. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Your game is done and it's game over.
No.
Objection!
Where do you think you're going at this time of night?
After admitting to my crime, I was overcome with regret. I am heading to the airport now to return home.
I'm afraid I can't let you do that. There's still too many issues we need to discuss with you.
You can't stop me, Mr. Edgeworth, and you know it. Ugh.
Please, may I have a little bit of your time, Ambassador Alba?
Ambassador Plano?
Even just a teeny tiny bit is fine with me. The already strained relationship between our countries is in a precarious situation, you know.
Very well, if you insist. I will play just one more round with them and see what they want. Not that they'll get any farther.
Ambassador Plano.
Mr. Edgeworth, all I wish for is the normalization of relationships between our countries. But there is one person standing in the way of that dream. I believe in you. You'll do what's right.
Thank you for your vote of confidence. That voice doesn't suit how he looks. See, I think it does because he always looks like he's groveling.
Now then, what was it you wanted to ask me about? I do have a flight to catch after all. I'm afraid I'm going to have to limit you to just one question.
That's more than enough because I only have one question anyway. I want to hear your alibi about how you couldn't have killed Mr. Manny Koken.
Oh, I see. You seem to have a good hand this time around. This should be fun.
This really is the very last chance we have to bring him down. I won't allow even an atom-sized contradiction to slip by.
Frankly, I still don't understand why I'm being placed under suspicion here. Under your hypothetical scenario, Mr. Koken and I were fellow smugglers. But to get to the point, I was in Alabas the whole time. It's simply not possible for me to have killed him in Babel. That is my alibi.
So, that's your alibi.
That is correct. It's simply not possible for me to have committed a crime in Babel. Now that we've cleared that up, I'd appreciate if you would move out of my way.
Hold it!
I said hold it.
What is it this time? I thought I told you I'd only allow one question.
Huh. You did. But you still have yet to really answer my one question.
What?
Until you tell us the truth, I will refuse to budge an inch from where I'm standing.
Huh. Very well, I'll play with you just a little longer.
Miles Edgeworth, as my subordinate and representative of this country's prosecutors. You are forbidden to lose. Of course. That's something I've understood from the start. That guy's the one who ordered my father killed, isn't he? Yes, I believe so. The goal of the first Yatagarasu was the capture of the smuggling ring's leader. My father and Uncle Bad. Their legacy will live on through me. So that's why we just gotta catch him, okay? We will, I promise. Now, Ambassador Alba, let's have the truth now, shall we?
No matter how many times you ask, my answer remains the same.
You know, I'm starting to think that this guy's nose looks like a Pinocchio nose. Your hypothetical scenario, yeah.
Hold it!
It's not a hypothesis. Earlier we proved it to be what happened.
Ha ha ha! Let's leave that to one side for now, because it doesn't change the fact I have no motive.
Oh, you really had no reason to kill Mr. Koken.
If you want to suppose I had one, then why not? I'll indulge you. After all, this is nothing more than a silly game to me.
Even if that's how you see things, I'd appreciate it if you would take me seriously.
I'm sorry. Suppose you are in a bit of a pickle. Very well, a game is no fun if the playing field isn't level. Therefore, I formally claim I had no motive to kill. Let's see you disprove it.
How can he stand there looking proud when he knows he killed another human being? I'm not going to stand by and just watch him get away with his crimes. What motive would I have to kill my co-conspirator? That would be the fact that he ordered the Damask thing.
Objection!
If you want to know, I believe you did have a motive to kill. It was because Mr. Koken had betrayed you. You had your own reason too. Namely, you wanted to pin the smuggling all on him. Evil begets evil, and then because you were trying to test each other, it turned into this mess.
Objection!
I don't believe this. You have a bad penchant for telling tall tales, Mr. Prosecutor. And if you're not, I suppose you have some proof to support your argument.
I never use guesswork in moving my cases forward. It has been proven that this note was written by Mr. Koken's hand. Shall we take a look at it? The content of the note is a request calling for the theft of Alabast's Prime Duck statue. Humph. By killing him and pushing all the guilt for the smuggling onto him, you walk away spotless. I believe you understand what I'm driving at. You had more than a few reasons to kill him.
Objection!
Are you finished with your hypothesizing?
Excuse me.
Let's suppose I did have a motive. Even so, a motive or a thought alone can't kill. Isn't that right?
I didn't expect him to resort to playing the semantics game with me. It appears that this is where the real battle will begin.
Now then, if you will excuse me.
Wait, what?
I told you at the very beginning, didn't I? You only get one question.
Ah.
Ambassador Alba, if you could please just give us a little bit more of your time. It doesn't matter what kind of man Manny was, he was my subordinate. Which is why I would like for us to figure out the real cause of his death.
That is something for Babel to figure out, and something to which I have no relation to.
Now he's even turning down a request from Ambassador Polano.
I'm very sorry, but it seems now even my voice falls on deaf ears.
There's no need for you to apologize, Ambassador Polano. We must find some way to stop him from leaving.
It seems there are no further objections. In that case, please allow me to return home.
Hold it right there, Ambassador Alba.
Okay.
Like I said, Mr. Edgeworth, the Yatagrasu's legacy will live on through me.
Yes, but how do you suggest we stop him from leaving?
You just leave that to me. Ambassador Alba, do you recognize this?
No, and why should I recognize that tattered old organizer?
Wait, where have I seen that before?
That's a clue my father, Bryn Faraday, left for us.
Did you say Bryn Faraday?
Mr. Faraday's organizer? Don't tell me this is the one from the second KG8 incident.
The one in which he wrote about the Yatagarasu's key.
Oh, look at him sweating buckets. Yes, this organizer belonged to the prosecutor you had Ms. Yu kill 7 years ago.
I have no idea what you're talking about. You say that like it was related to me.
Inside this organizer, he wrote up every detail of every evil thing you did.
What an amusing little girl you are. That sort of trickery won't work on me.
If you won't believe me, then take a look at this.
And what is that toy there? That's...
This thievery device was used by the Yatagarasu, or rather, by my father. 7 years ago, he used this when he snuck into this embassy.
What?
These 2 pieces of evidence that hold information the Yatagarasu dug up on you. If you go home now, I won't hesitate to send it all to Alabast right behind you.
Little girl, get to the point.
I want you to go up against Mr. Edgeworth one more time. If you win, I'll hand over these 2 pieces of evidence.
Yatagarasu, ever the thorn at my side.
Okay, does that organizer really contain any information on his dirty dealings?
It's nothing case-breaking, really.
Ah, then it was just a bluff.
Even if it was, we still can't let all the info my father and Uncle Bad found go to waste. Plus, just like the existence of Little Thief is troublesome enough for him. Those 2 pieces, aren't they the keepsakes of your father? It's okay. I believe in Mr. Edgeworth. He'll come out on top in the end.
Okay.
When the going gets tough, someone's gotta be there to put the wind back in your sails.
Ah! Hi, Cherry.
You scared me. Why would you do that? Cherry? After all this time, you're still quite the feisty one. I applaud your powerful nature. I refuse to lose this too. Ambassador Alba, you won't be returning home until you give us further testimony.
How dare you all, barring a person like me?
Ambassador Alba, your testimony, if you please.
Alright, but this is the absolute last. Even if you use all the power of Ambassador Pelena's office, you won't stop me.
I can't let this opportunity Kay has created for me go to waste. Go.
Last time I met with Kogan was here in the Theatrum Neutralis. After that, I was in Alabaster for the rest of the time, as I stated earlier. In any case, I did not see Mr. Kogan again after that. So you see, there's no time span in which I could have killed him, wouldn't you agree? Now, since you people were practically begging, I'll allow you to question me.
What an arrogant old man. Yes, but no matter. We can't allow this chance to escape us.
I will warn you, though, you've reached the end of my patience. Waste my time with any inane questions and you will be punished.
What, Mari? So any needless pressing or presenting will hurt our case. In that case, the only thing you can do is to present the correct evidence. Understood? Of course. I don't intend to let him intimidate me. You're just thinking? I know Mr. Koken was killed before he returned to Babel. Dyslexic zombies only eat Bryans. In which case, there's only one statement, which I need to present the evidence. It's right here. It's kind of cold. Today was especially warm here, actually.
Objection!
I'd like you to take a look at this picture.
It's a rather nice picture, isn't it? Was to commemorate the restoration of relations between our nations.
You never in here this late on a workway? Oh wait, you're off tomorrow. Fantastic, Space Ghost. I hope you have a great day off tomorrow. You have devastating brain rot. Looks like Cherry's one of those zombies that only eats Bryans. Oh, it's commemorative, alright. One that captures the proof I need to show that it was you who committed the murder.
Come again.
This is the knife that killed Mr. Koken. Am I dressing up for Halloween? You'll have to wait and see, huh? I see you recognize it, as well you should, for it was you who brought it to this theater. You hid it among the flowers you were to give the Steel Samurai. Meaning that you killed Manny Koken here, at the theater.
It's time for me to catch my flight.
Objection!
We're not through yet.
Objection!
It's game over for you, Mr. Edgeworth. I thank you for the entertainment. No matter how passionately you orate, the end result will still be the same. I won't be returning to this country ever again.
That's right. This man is an ambassador, and he has extraterritorial rights. No matter how hard we chase after him, we won't be able to have him tried in court.
Yes, that's exactly the face you should be making. The face of a worthless cur. Now then, ladies and gentlemen, I must bid you farewell.
The courts. Is there no one who can lay a finger on this man? Is this really the end?
Not so fast!
Interpol! Agent Lang.
Sorry to keep you waiting, Mr. Prosecutor. Get out of my way! My plane is scheduled to take off soon. Sorry, but you're not going anywhere, Mr. Alba. I'm through playing games with you people. You can't touch me. If you do, it would spark an international incident, Agent Lang.
Sorry.
But no, it wouldn't. What? Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Good job holding the fort down here until I got back. So, Mr. Alba,
he's not calling him ambassador anymore. He's calling him Mr.
Your diplomatic immunity has just been revoked. What do you mean? Revoked? Spare me this nonsense and let me through.
Not so fast!
Lang Ji says, before aiming for the throat, chew the neck shield off first.
Oh, let me take a drink. Yikes.
Yeah, I stole it for myself.
That's like my favorite interaction, honestly. Too bad I already took my sip, Streamlabs.
Interpol headquarters in the imperial household of the Kingdom of Alabast. Took a while to get things rolling, but they finally moved on it. The imperial household? You! What have you done? You have been relieved of your duties as ambassador, Mr. Alba. What?
What?
What? Effective today. Effective right now. And you have Mr. Prosecutor's videotape to thank for this.
The video the Anagarasu protected.
You can't be arrested simply because you're an ambassador. In that case, I thought I'd strip you of that title.
How am I? I've got a bit of a sore throat, mostly caused by the one voice that I've been doing. But I think I'm doing pretty alright otherwise. Cherry, how are you?
You underestimated me, a descendant of the founder of detainment philosophy, Lang Ji. 4,000 years of deeply entrenched connections and networks around the world have really paid off.
What?
It can't be. I don't believe this. My ambassadorship has been revoked. Ha 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 ha. Looks like you're finally coming to grips with your new standing.
Woohoo! Looks like he's turned docile again.
He's probably in shock from the loss of his shield.
Huh, what a shame. I had so wanted to use my whip on him.
Why is this happening to me? I'm just a hard-working, honest ambassador.
Not so fast!
Do you really think you can still pull that on us now?
We have to wear casual clothes to school, and we're having these sessions with these guys from Man Cave, a group that goes around to school and to tell the boys how to manage their feelings, and it was actually very good. That sounds cool, Sherry.
We've already ripped away the mask and seen you for who you really are, Mr. Alba.
Objection!
No, I won't be stopped now.
He still intends to fight us.
So what if I am no longer an ambassador? You still don't have any evidence on me. The fact remains, you cannot arrest me.
Huh. I'd expect no less from you, the boss of the smuggling ring. Well, the rest is up to you, Mr. Prosecutor. Understood. I'm sorry, I've been reading that with just like a regular voice.
You say I killed Mr. Koken in the theater. Even if it's true there was a knife in my bouquet, I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken it out from there and used it, right?
Very cool, Cherry.
Besides, the claim that he was killed here itself is odd. After all, wasn't his body discovered in Babel? Are you claiming I carried his body all the way over there? Oof, preposterous.
Objection!
I'll be the one to prove whether it's preposterous or not. Ex-Ambassador Alba, are you ready? Because this is no game. This is war.
I killed Mr. Koken in this theater using a knife that was stuck in my bouquet.
You know how the body got to Babel? I think I do too.
I left that bouquet in the theater. Anyone could have taken the knife from there.
Aw. Well, thank you, Jerry.
Besides, Mr. Koken's body was discovered in Babel, right? There's no way for me to have transported his body from the theater to Babel. Look, don't you think you've had enough fun with me? You've already stolen my ambassadorship from me. Would you have me surrender to?
Not so fast!
You have no plans to ever return to this country, isn't that right? Did you know that a bunch of your subordinates are seeking asylum because of you? Ha! As if I care! Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Boot this guy out of the embassy and we can finally end everything.
I know. And I will give it my all to see that he leaves in handcuffs. Without the title of ambassador, he's just another witness. Yes, just another witness. Alright, what are we waiting for? Let's get this guy.
And get him good.
I wonder if they understand that all I can do is present evidence to the testimony. Here we go. I think I know what this needs.
Objection!
I knew it. It really does smell like the butts. Actually, I do believe there was a way to transport the body out of the theater. Perhaps you should give this a look.
What is that supposed to be?
It's footage from a security camera that captured the state of the immigration area.
I always come back.
Thanks, Keaton. Thanks.
Should I congratulate you on getting your hands on it?
Just letting you know that we're not the only ones watching your every movement.
Oh, thank you for the warning.
Now, if you could take a good look at this section here. This lump here inside the pushcart. Do you know what's causing it?
Should I? Because I don't.
Huh.
In that case, allow me to enlighten you. This is the cause of the unnatural lump under the cloth in the bush cart. There we go.
Take that!
What is the meaning of showing me that?
It's to say the unnatural bulge in the pushcart is Mr. Koken's body. You had the Steel Samurai wheel his body away from the real crime scene.
What a guess. I wonder if you have any evidence to support it.
I admit that for now it is but a hypothesis. However,
if you can't prove it, I'm afraid I must be on my way. I don't have any more time to play with you people.
sorry it took so long, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Gummy? Detective Gumshoe. Is that the Steel Samurai's pushcart? Yes, sir. Found it in the open-air stage area. So that's where you went. Detective Spirit Pops left with me. Thought I'd follow my gut and go with it, sir. So, Mr. Edgeworth, this worth anything to the case? Yes. It just might play a major role in solving this case, Detective. Gumshoe's getting a raise for once. Something isn't right. I thought the entire samurai family was in Alabast. Where exactly in the open-air stage did you find this pushcart? Put up a game of Super Smash Bros. Ultimate, because everyone is here! Fantastic. Found it just lying there at the edge of the stage, sir. Oh. Let's leave that for now and examine the inside, Detective. Yes, sir. Oh, there it is. It's blood. It's blood. This must be Mr. Koken's blood. Which only goes to prove that Mr. Koken's body was indeed transported by this pushcart. I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Koken at this theater, placed his body inside the pushcart, and then you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you.
Objection!
I forced him to move the body into Alabast. What nonsense! Why would I bother to do such a thing?
Objection!
You were scheduled to make a speech in Alabast, meaning it was difficult for you to make a stop in Babel. However, what if you moved the body to Alabast? Because it was your embassy, you could keep an eye on it and tamper with the evidence. And then you smuggled it out of Alabast.
No!
If I can show how you moved the body from Alabast to Babel, then I win.
But you can't! The security between the two countries is incredibly tight.
We've already seen that it's not that bad. I'll be the one to judge whether I can or cannot prove it. And so I ask you to provide us with testimony regarding your movements after you returned to Alabast. Miles Edgeworth! Have you figured it out? Do you know how the body was moved? To be honest, I have nothing to support my hypothesis at this time. However, I don't believe I've made a mistake in my logic up to this point. Which means there's no question it can't be answered, right? The Primadex statue was smuggled successfully through a brief flight through the air. So why shouldn't there be an answer as to how the body was moved? Which means there must be a logic flaw somewhere I can exploit.
After I returned to Alabast, I had my picture taken with the Steel Samurai shaking hands. Just as I was about to start my speech, the Otagarasu appeared. Feared for the national treasures, so I raced back to my office.
Is that all?
Yes, that's all.
Objection!
Looks like you left out a few things. such as the murder of Damas II. Furthermore, you left out the part about meeting with me in your office.
Ah, those trifling matters. I don't believe I need to speak of those things again. I do so hate to waste time.
What?
You. Is not every life precious?
Do you really need me to answer that for you?
Objection!
People like you cannot be allowed to wander freely through society.
Then you'd better try hard, because I doubt you'll find a single contradiction.
He's really full of himself, isn't he?
Yes, he is. How can he be so confident in a time like this?
Come, don't be shy. Go ahead and ask whatever you'd like.
Here we go. We're just gonna have to push everything. I don't think I've got anything to do here. Why was it only with the Steel Samurai? I thought the Pink Princess was also around.
The Pink Princess was suffering from a bad hip at the time, and the doctors recommended she rest.
Well, so you do have a soft side after all.
The pain of a bad hip? I suppose none of you can really understand how it feels.
Oh, so you tend to strain your back as well, huh?
Isn't that just because you're normally all hunched over?
Chisatu Kaneru, hello, how are ya? He did need to keep up the act no matter what, I suppose.
The point of this is not to discuss my back problems. For about 15 minutes after our handshake, I was in my office preparing for the speech.
Okay.
Hold it!
That Yatagarasu was just a trick you had set up.
Most amusing joke. And how do you propose that I set it up?
If you really want to know, I can explain it in detail for you. You arranged the spotlights in the rose garden so that when you were to take the stage, the audience would see the Yatagarasu's shadow.
Oh, that's an interesting tale. Surely it has nothing to do with me. You, what's it going to take for you to fess up to anything?
Very well then, let's move on to a different question. After the Yatagarasu appeared, what was the state of the rose garden?
Everyone took refuge inside the embassy. I even helped with the effort. And then once everyone was inside, well...
Hold it!
And what happened after you returned to your office?
I don't want to keep on repeating this, however. Upon my return, I had that stroke of bad luck and bumped into Mask Man.
Objection!
And I don't want to keep on repeating this, either. But his name was Damask II.
Who cares what he was called? By the time he got to the Primaduck statue that he was supposed to steal, it had already been swapped for the fake. Talk about an unlucky man, being bludgeoned to death with a fake statue.
Ms. Von Karma's really letting her whip fly now.
Hey, I think the scary parts are silence while she's doing it. She must be at the limit of her patience as well. But physical attacks are meaningless here. Only evidence will suffice. Ugh. I can't find a single flaw in his argument. At this rate, I won't be able to prove he's actually guilty of anything.
Are we finished here?
Miles Edgeworth, can you not come up with how the body was moved to Babel?
Sir.
Mr. Edgeworth?
Even after proving so much, is he going to get away with it?
Is this the end? Whips make your skin crawl? Oof, okay.
It would be a great honor if you would allow us to be your allies in battle.
Evil magistrate, it's time for you to pay!
It's the Steel Samurai. No, you're mistaken, for I am Steel Samurai Daddy, married man of New Old Tokyo. And this is Pink Princess Mommy.
Edgy boo! Ugh. The two people I wanted to see the least. Larry! What are you two doing here?
Way to show your gratitude, Edgy. We just wanted to help. Yeesh. I'm gonna get the bad guy with a single thrust of my samurai spear.
Go away.
How can you be so mean to us, Edgy Poo? All three of us came to lend a hand, and this is how you treat us.
Well, isn't this grand? And I see they managed to find the Iron Infant.
I always come back.
Keaton, fantastic. Fantastic timing. Does that really matter right now?
Hey! Is it just me or is the Iron Infant completely soaked? Oh yeah. Found him in Babel, but he was in the middle of the pool.
Wait a second. Larry, go back to what you just said. They just declared each other mommy and daddy. Gag. For real, though.
Huh? Oh, it appears that we made it.
Not that far back. Something about finding the Iron Infant in Babel? And he found it in a pool? I don't recall there being one in Babel.
Oh, that! Well, I was in Alabasta the whole time, so I have no idea how the Iron Infant wound up in Babel. I thought I'd lost him in the Rose Garden. I guess maybe this cute kid can swim, huh?
Wait, what? Larry, you lost the Iron Infant in the Rose Garden? Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I'm sure. I found him in...
Hold it!
That's enough, Larry. The Iron Infant that Larry lost managed to move between the two countries. Furthermore, the Iron Infant was found soaked in the middle of a pool. This is what I've been looking for. It's another smuggling route between the countries. Yay! Yippee! The key to the route the Iron Infant took to travel from Alabasta to Babel is the bilateral symmetry. Secret tunnel! Secret tunnel! Through the mountain! Secret, 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 secret tunnel! That's right. The embassy was built with bilateral symmetry in mind. Yeah, right? Jesus, Cryo. I couldn't imagine. Honestly, it's my worst fear. Detective Gumshoe. Yes, sir? There's a location I wish for you to examine post-haste. Oh, poor Gumshoe's about to get soaked. It's where I believe the route used to smuggle Mr. Koken's body lies. Does something like that really exist, sir? An embassy built on bilateral symmetry, meaning this is where we would need to examine. You're like right here.
Take that!
Yes, sir. Be back before you know it.
It's too late. Doesn't matter now what you'll do. It's all a waste of time.
Not so fast!
You will stay here with us and wait.
This is Edgeworth. Mr. Edgeworth, it's here, sir. There's a reservoir here, just like in the Rose Garden. Just as I suspected.
What is it?
The two sides of this embassy are mirror images of each other, which means there's also a pool at the corresponding location on the Ablaze side. Mr. Koken's body was moved into Babel through the pool in Alabast.
Objection!
Avoiding the topic with a vague answer like that is unbecoming of a prosecutor. If you don't mind, I'd like to see more physical proof if you have any.
The Iron Infant is positively soaked in water. Why do you think that is? It's because he was fished out of a pool. And not just any pool. It was the Ablaze one. I think it's pretty obvious at this point what must be true. The water reservoirs in the two countries are connected.
Objection!
And where is your proof that the two sides are connected?
Objection!
The proof is right there before your eyes. The half-drowned Iron Infant.
Oh, this blasted doll!
Mr. Edgeworth, I'm back. Hey! Don't tell me. You guys figured everything out without me. We did, thanks to this hero of justice's son. Even if he is just a doll, he managed to help foil the villain.
Not so fast!
Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Look, I don't want to say this, but it's kind of unlikely the body just happened to have passed on through to Babel. This guy's a doll, and he's small, so I can believe it made it. But
He has a point.
yes, that's right. I'm glad someone here understands. Mr. Edgeworth, are you going to next propose a dead body can swim through a pipe? You see, Mr. Prosecutor, our chase after this man is far from over.
Agent Lang.
Why is he helping Mr. Alba out now?
He's not. He's realized a flaw in my argument and is helping to move the logic along. In which case, I should return the favor and find an answer.
And another thing. Mr. Koken's body was found in his office in Babel. What happened to his body after it was transported to the open-air stage?
Mr. Alba had an accomplice in Babel, remember?
You mean Sheena, right?
With her there, you can see how it was possible to move the body up to the office.
Objection!
Are you seriously claiming she swam through the connecting pipe with the body?
He's right. Miss Sheena would drown if she did that.
It's hard to imagine she swam through the connecting pipe.
It looks like your hypothesis about how the body moved is still only half-baked. In the end, it's all just the befuddled musings of an accusatory man. Now then, I believe you should give up and allow me passage. Because from the start, there was no feasible method of transporting the body.
What?
Mr. Prosecutor, recall Sheena's movements.
What was happening in the embassy around the time Miss Sheena was in Babel?
Oh, if only there was a way to get rid of the water in the pool.
Get rid of the water? You miss her? Yeah, kind of a little bit. That's it.
Now I believe this time we are done. We really are done, right?
Objection!
Unfortunately for you, it's far from over, Mr. Alba.
You are a most persistent man. Are you saying you've thought of a way to move the body through the water?
Move the body through the water? That's completely unrelated to how it was done.
Excuse me.
The reason I say that is because there wasn't any water there at the time.
What do you mean there wasn't any water?
Just what it sounds like. Tonight's events made it possible to drain the water, allowing the body to be moved. That would be the fires.
Take that!
Tonight, the Atagarasu set fire to a variety of locations in the Ablaze embassy. In order to put the fires out, much of the reservoir's water was used. Of course, when the water was used, the reservoir's water level went down. If enough water was drained, the connecting pipe could be used to traverse the border.
Objection!
So what? Water level went down, the reservoirs were connected. Does any of this matter? You can't prove any of this.
Pretending to be ignorant won't work with me. We both know what kind of situation we're in right now. Even in a game, there comes a critical game-changing moment. A moment in which you hit a wall that you must overcome in order to beat the game.
I haven't lost yet.
I found the route you used to smuggle the body, and that route will lead to your defeat.
Not so fast!
Even if all the water was used by the firefighting effort, you still can't really call that a smuggling route.
I know that.
I should have figured you would notice. Hey, Mr. Alba, how deep are those pools anyway? I'll have you know those pools are extremely deep. There are no ladders or footholds along the walls either. It would be difficult for Sheena to hold the body and climb up out of the pool.
Ladders or footholds alongside the walls. There was no need for such things.
What do you mean?
If one were to use a certain something, they could go up or down the pool at will.
It looks like you've got an answer already. Well, what are you waiting for, Mr. Prosecutor? Enlighten us already.
The way in which Sheena and the body were able to rise up to ground level. If there was a way to control the water level, that could be the way the body was moved. This was used so the body of Miss Sheena could move up and down in the pool. You're gonna vacuum your face? That's weird.
Take that!
Mr. Alba used the fountain spouts in a manner of speaking.
He used the fountain spouts. How so?
The water level in the pools can be controlled by opening and closing the spouts. Miss Sheena and the body were lifted upward by their buoyancy in water. The fire on the Ablaze side and the firefighting effort. These were set in motion all for the sake of smuggling Mr. Koken's body. Shall I show you where the final destination of my train of logic leads? First, Mr. Alba closed the fountain spouts in advance in preparation of things to come. Then he took the pushcart that was brought to the rose garden and pushed it along with the Iron Infant and Mr. Koken's body into the pool. At this time, Miss Sheena was busy conveniently starting the first fire in Babel. She then made for the open-air stage's pool to wait for the firefighting effort to begin. When the firefighters used the water in that pool, the water level went down. And by the time the fire was put out, the pipe between the two pools was exposed. This is when she pushed the pushcart from Alabast into Babel. Once that was accomplished, Mr. Alba simply opened the fountain spouts once more. And the water level rose up to its original level along with Miss Sheena and the body. After that, Miss Sheena used the pushcart to carry the body up to the Secretate's office. There's an elevator in the embassy after all, so you see, even with her small frame, she could have easily transported Mr. Koken's body. And that wraps up my thorough explanation of how the body was moved.
Ugh.
Well, ex-Ambassador Alba, what do you think? Not so untouchable without your precious extraterritorial rights to protect you, are you?
I knew you could do it, Mr. Edgeworth. Way to fight back.
Objection!
You accuse me of moving the body across country lines. When you get down to the nitty-gritty, you don't have what it takes to indict me.
The nitty-gritty? What does the old man want now?
Proof, I believe, is what he seeks.
Yes, proof. Without any who is to say whether or not any of what you said really happened.
He wants proof? What are we gonna do, Mr. Edgeworth?
There's no need to worry. I have had all the proof we need all along. The body wasn't the only thing to go through the pools connecting the pipe tonight. Just as Detective Gumshoe found the pushcart in the open-air stage area, so too did I find one other item there. And that piece of evidence is what will prove that the pools were the smuggling route. This was another thing that was smuggled over to Babel's open-air stage. We never used this pick.
Take that!
And what exactly is this?
Huh. You have no idea, do you? This little piece that I found on the Ablaze side will be your undoing.
A guitar pick? Would you care to explain how that is going to do me in, as it were?
Much to your chagrin, perhaps, but this is not a guitar pick.
What?
This is something I found at the open-air stage, which was transported with the body. I naturally assumed you would recognize it, since you took a photo with it after all. But since you don't, allow me to show you what this fragment from the stage area belongs to. It's the knife. It's the missing flower piece.
Take that!
Let's take a good look at the murder weapon that was used to kill Manny Koken. On the handle of this knife, there's a beautifully blooming flower. However, it would appear it's missing a single petal.
Ugh.
Now let's see what happens when we try to fit this pick into that open slot.
It's a perfect fit.
I assume that petal must have fallen off the flower during Mr. Koken's murder. And then it was accidentally placed in the pushcart along with Mr. Koken's body.
Objection!
That's an interesting story, nothing more.
Objection!
I assure you it's more than just a story. Because for some odd reason, this flower petal was wet when I found it.
It was wet, you say?
Yes, and the only place it could have gotten wet from is the open-air stage's pool. Now I ask you, how did a part of the weapon which was smuggled into the theater wind up in the open-air stage area on the Ablaze side of the embassy? It means Callisto was soaked at one point. I don't think I need to waste any words explaining this, as this petal explains it all for me. It proves that someone went from the Rose Gardens pool on through into Babel.
Impossible! The people of Shangfa have been waiting to see you face to face, Mr. Alba. I'll tell everyone back home we'll be there soon. You should be happy. Why?
Why? It's a little late to be asking that question. You should have known from the very beginning. When you took your first life. No matter how many you plot, how you may plot, or how you may try to cover it all up, you can never hide from your crime and what you've done. Because we're here to see to it that justice is served to people like you.
Objection!
You can't call what you've given a perfect argument.
You know, I don't think this guy's gonna ever admit to his wrongdoings, Mr. Edgeworth. He values himself above all else. People who can't be negotiated with, or people who refuse to admit when they've lost,
I don't believe those kinds of people really exist because everyone breaks eventually.
You're right. In that case, I have no choice but to use all the evidence I have. I'll use it all until he breaks under the weight of his crimes. Mr. Alba, I request that you testify once more. This really will be the end of the line. Oh boy, another save spot. It's already 1 in the morning. Cryo, do you think we're gonna finish do you think that this last part is quick enough, or do you think I should save it for a... Huh? Hi, Alex. We have about 40 minutes left. That's not enough for a whole stream. Alright, here we go. I'm still up, indeed. You can go for 4 more hours, that's how much you've got left? This is the final save? Yeah, I kind of figured this is the final save, but... Alright, here we go. Happy Halloween indeed. Hi, Alex. It is midnight. I'm sure you're getting ready to go to bed. It's actually 1 in the morning here. But, you know. Mr. Alba, I request you testify once more. As if there's anything else for me to testify about. I still have yet to fully prove that it was Mr. Alba who murdered Mr. Koken. Well, I would like to hear about your movements before the murder occurred. Thanks, Keaton. Have a good night. You actually fell asleep beating Fort Nightmare, so you're gonna leave the stream running and go to bed. Good night, Alex. Have a good one. I wonder if you could tell us about what you did here at the Theatrum Neutralis. Very well, I suppose I could tell you about that. That's about all I did was watch the Steel Samurai stage show. Huh. Elaborating on even that alone is good enough for me. Oh, right, because there was like... Meow, 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 meow. Hi, Cherry. Cherry, why do you always go to the YouTube side? The only way for me to place this man under arrest is to pinpoint the exact location of where the murder took place, for that is the key to this investigation. I'm teasing you, Cherry. I'm being funny. Thanks, Blaze. Steel Samurai show. I watched from the last row. Maybe you'll just... Cherry, I'm teasing you. The stage was well lit, but it was dark out in the audience. I swear I was there in the audience, but it's hard to prove that, I suppose. I do remember the contents of the show very well, though. Is that proof enough for you? Those moving scenes were seared into this old man's heart. I'll never forget them. You were in the theater proper watching the Steel Samurai stage show, were you? Of course I was. I have great fondness for the Steel Samurai.
Yeah, I was pretty cool up there, wasn't I?
You're not the one who was cool. It's the Steel Samurai who's cool.
Yeah, and the Steel Samurai's special finishing move today was really something, huh? Hey, Eddie, who is she? Who's this super cute girl?
She's been standing here this whole time and only now he notices her. Her name's Kara Faraday, and she's helping me in my investigation.
Sorry I didn't get to introduce myself earlier, but better late than never. Yeah, so Kay, I'm Larry Buds.
Silence at the peanut gallery. There's no time for such trivialities at a time like this. Mr. Prosecutor, this is the final battle. You've got that. I know. This is the end. For that man there. How old is Kay? You don't know what to do for a Halloween stream? I'm double checking. 17. 17. But you guys have to remember that in Japan, the age of consent is 16. I think when we're playing games like this, especially ones that were like really, that were never really intended to come across to the United States, it's not 16 in America. Not really. Not really. Technically, in some states, it is. I'm not going to get into it. Now that's the kind of thing I like to hear. I think I'll give trusting you a try, Mr. Prosecutor. Or rather, Mr. Edgeworth. I leave this critical battle up to you, Mr. Edgeworth. Have no fear. I will finish the job. This really is the endgame. The time has come to expose every last one of Mr. Alba's lies. I know where I'm pushing already. Doo-doo.
Hold it!
I agree. Today will be a day to remember. Especially when we finally make you pay for all the wrongs you've committed. What?
Hey, that's what the Steel Samurai says when he defeats the evil magistrate. Actually, that line was just something I ad-libbed.
You may act all surprised, but naturally you remember this line, don't you?
Of course I do. I just now understand how the evil magistrate felt, that's all.
Then allow me to make you identify with the evil magistrate some more.
Hey, then that makes you the Steel Samurai, huh?
Well, if you had to complete the analogy, I suppose then yes. And I do believe it's about time to bring the curtains down on this with a bang.
I wonder if Mr. Alba was really there watching the show.
I don't think so, because the only time he had to commit the murder was during the show. And the only time he could have placed the body into the pushcart was during the show. During the scenes when the Iron Infant was not on stage.
Then that means by the end of the stage show... Are you saying the body was already in the pushcart by then? No way! You mean I was pushing a dead body around?
Edgeworth is loving every second of this dialogue. Yeah, you're not wrong.
That you used me in such a foul manner is really unforgivable, evil magistrate.
Well put, Steel Samurai. And now I will show to all those present just who is the evil magistrate that the Steel Samurai must defeat. Must be the one before it then.
Hold it!
Well, I remember the contents of the show as well myself.
That's nice.
That's nice.
Miles Edgeworth, don't allow yourself to be riled up by him at this important juncture.
Ugh, I wasn't planning to let him.
If you ask me, I think I'm the biggest Steel Samurai expert around here. Didn't you think the climactic scene of today's show was just totally awesome?
Yes, I remember that well. And that spectacular special move. The way you delivered the final blow against the evil magistrate. Early summer rain jab. That scene will live on in my heart forever.
Is that how it went? I totally forgot about that. How can you forget your own special moves? That's the special attack the Steel Samurai uses when he's using the Samurai Spear.
Yes, and today was the first time they showed it off, was it not? If I hadn't watched the show, then how could I answer you with the name of the move?
I suppose you are correct, but if you could, please elaborate on this point for me. Ha 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 ha. Here it is. Larry bent that damn spear.
Objection!
The special move today was the early summer rain jab. Is that your final answer?
Objection!
You little irritating nut. You think you can trip me up by asking me the same question over and over?
That was not my intention. Your testimony is more than sufficient. However, I believe it would be wise for you to take a look at this.
The Samurai Spear, what about it?
The spear actually never made it on stage today.
Excuse me?
Larry's saving the day by being a dumbass. Unfortunately for you, tonight's Steel Samurai happened to be a goof of a young man with an abundance of useless hot-bloodedness. Having said that, said useless man bent the spear during his rehearsal this evening. Kay, do you remember what the Steel Samurai special move was tonight?
It was the Steel Samurai Sushi Slash.
Correct. Because he couldn't use the spear, a last-minute change was made. Had you really been watching the show, you would have known the move that was used. Queercus Alba. You didn't watch even a single minute of the Steel Samurai stage show tonight, did you? So if he wasn't watching during the show tonight,
Then it opens up the possibility he was busy killing Mr. Koken instead.
so where were you during the show? I demand an answer. Now. Just what is so funny?
You're so sloppy, and so are your conclusions. I still insist I watched the whole show, or most of it in any case.
What do you mean by most of it?
You see, during the show I left my seat for a spell to visit the bathroom. I assume that was when the dramatic scene was played out on stage.
That's the lousiest, lamest excuse I've ever heard in my life, pal.
Just because he got the name of the move wrong, we can't really use that as proof that he didn't watch the show at all.
As a fan of the Steel Samurai, I'd wanted to watch the entire show, honest.
Objection!
As a Steel Samurai fan, for someone who wasn't even in his seat for the climax of the show, you have no right to call yourself a Steel Samurai fan, ever.
Who was that just now?
It would be I, young lady! Larry, what are you doing interrupting me like that?
Gee, please, hold on for a second, I beg. You may never accept this old man as a Steel Samurai fan, but I totally think he's a Steel Sammaniac.
What exactly is a Steel Sammaniac, pal?
I believe he meant to say Steel Samurai Maniac. Yeah, and trust me, I know a real fan when I see one because I am the Steel Samurai.
Objection!
I will never acknowledge you as the true Steel Samurai.
What are you getting so worked up over, Mr. Edgeworth?
It appears the real Steel Samurai recognizes me as a fan. As well he should, for I am not a fan. It's not as though I missed the entire show. For I am a fan. It was the most amazing show, filled with the spirit of young and the young at heart.
The sarcasm dripping from his long wooden nose couldn't run any thicker.
Getting the name of the move wrong only proves he didn't watch the last scene.
What I really need here is something more definitive. Something that links Mr. Alba directly to the murder of Mr. Manny Koken.
You know what, Gramps? You're really something else.
I'm honored to receive such praise from the Steel Samurai, but what's it for?
Well, I was just wondering how you found out about the early summer rain jab. The move's a bit of a secret that only a small portion of the staff know about.
Wait, it was a secret? Larry, wait, what did you just say?
Did I say something stupid again?
Did you say that the early summer rain jab was actually a secret?
Well, maybe I should have said a secret. It's more like we only decided on the name of the move right before the start of the show.
Right before?
Yeah, the stage director was going nuts because we were supposed to debut the move. About 5 minutes before the show, we threw it up on the dressing room's whiteboard. Early summer rain jab. That's kind of how we decided the name of the move. By that time, I'd already bent the sphere, so I guess the whole thing was kind of pointless.
All of you Steel Samurai actors are the same. The director has my complete sympathy.
Long story short, because we changed the move to the sushi slash, we kind of pretended the early summer rain jab didn't exist at all. I mean, it'd be bad if someone found out we changed the move, so we made it a secret.
So basically, a gag order was issued for publicity's sake.
It almost makes the early summer rain jab sound like a lost art. Yeah, which is why I think most of the staff haven't even heard of the move.
Objection!
Hold those lips of yours still.
What the heck, old man?
I've done nothing but listen, and from what I can tell, it's all very unrelated to the case. It's also a very tedious and a pointless exercise and wasting time, much like a kid's show.
Objection!
Mr. Alba, I believe the one who should be quiet now is you.
How dare you?
I suspect you have already noticed exactly what the very severe implications are in this man's testimony.
So now you're trying to bully me, huh? There are no implications to be read into a behind-the-scenes story of a kid's show.
Not so fast!
Don't even think about trying to slither your way out of this, Queercus Alba.
You were the one who said it yourself that the name of the move was Early Summer Rain Jab. But that name was only decided upon right before the show was about to start.
So what are you driving at? That the name of the move you told us was never used in the show or said aloud.
Now then, would you care to tell us about how you found out the name of of that move?
Because I can only think of one way you could have known.
Quercus Alba, this is the only way you could have known the name of the special move. You saw it. You saw it on the dressing room's whiteboard. The staff members who knew were keeping it a secret. You couldn't have simply gone up to a staff member and asked. Which means the only other option left is that you saw it on the whiteboard.
So that means Mr. Alba was in there at some point, right?
What's the big deal, sir? I don't see what that means. There's another piece of evidence that has a great deal to do with the dressing room. So we can't afford to let this slide. Yeah, the push cart.
Take that!
The pushcart that was used to move the body was right there in the dressing room. During the show, the pushcart awaited its turn to be pushed on stage in the dressing room. And it was finally pushed there along with the Iron Infant in the last scene of the show. And then, right after the show ended, it went into Alabast along with the Steel Samurai. Which means the only time the killer could have placed the body inside the pushcart was when the pushcart was in the dressing room backstage.
So basically, the killer has to be someone who visited the dressing room during the show.
Precisely.
Oh, but wait, what if, and this is just a what if, What if the murder took place right in the dressing room?
What do you mean, Kay? I have to admit, she brings up a valid possibility. During the show, the dressing room was supposed to be devoid of people. Slipping undetected into a private dressing room then would be simple as pie.
The killer must have come up with the idea to move the body with the pushcart then too.
Correct, thus making the theater's dressing room the ideal location for the murder of Manny Koken. Queer Kisalba, during the show you went down to the dressing room, and I want to know why. Yes. Yes, I was there. I went into the dressing room.
I knew it. I'm placing you under arrest right now, pal. You got that? Arrest!
Objection!
Not so fast. What's it now? Don't I deserve a chance to explain myself? Explain? What is there to explain? I believe I told you this earlier, that I went to the bathroom. Well, I got lost when I did. Spear. Did I lose chat? Hold up. I think I lost some of the chat. I did lose some of the chat. Hold on. Gotta refresh my thingy. I didn't lose it on screen. I lost it in my, I've got the Twitch chat, the YouTube chat disconnected on the program that I'm using. Let me restart this program. Boom, 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 near, near, near. Yeah, no. You guys are still here, and that's fine. The program that I use for chat. It's one of the Twitch emotes. Here we go. Nope, the YouTube is not. That's so weird. There it goes. Now it's fixed. Weirdness. Fixing the thing so that I can make sure I see your chats. There we go. There we go. Okay. All fixed. Sorry, I'm getting a little tired. And that's what I saw the name of the move. Oh, wait, what did he say? I wanted to ask for directions. When I opened the dressing room door, no one was inside, and that's when I saw the name of the move on the whiteboard. You punk, still trying to get out of this.
Do you really think you can get away at this point? Mr. Edgeworth, isn't there anything you can do to stop him?
Nah, I don't have enough evidence on hand to do anything. I don't have the airtight evidence I need to put this man away for good. But if that's what I need, then perhaps... Agent Lang, I believe an investigation of the dressing room in question is in order. It's possible we may find new evidence there.
Mr. Edgeworth pokes around in there. I'm sure he'll find some new facts, pal. Oh, and if we use Little Thief, we may even learn something from a recreation.
Not so fast!
We don't need to do any of that.
What? Wolfie, how could you?
I'm not saying this to be mean. It's just that we've already searched there. My men really are something else.
And they found nothing.
There's only one thing I can say to you, sis, and it's that they found nothing. That's it.
I guess you're right. If they had found something, they would have reported it to us.
They couldn't find anything because there was nothing there to find.
If there's no need for to feed a Little Thief, I can't do much to help either.
Is this the end? The murder took place in this theater, which is not protected under extraterritorial rights. And the fact that it was Mr. Alba himself who committed the murder. If I can't prove both statements to be true, Mr. Alba walks away a free man. Is there no other course of action left to us?
It would appear your hand of cards has turned out to be a bust. If you will excuse me. Because of you people, I missed my flight. I must make haste to arrange for a new one.
Who's it this time? Yeah, for real, Kay, for real.
Hold it right there, you whippersnappers.
Ah, first Larry and now you.
What's with that scary mobster-like scowl on your face, Edgepoo? Don't treat me like some sort of nuisance. I've been meaning to say this, but all of you keep talking about things I don't get at all. You're all leaving this lady in the sad, depressing, lonely dust that I'm about to cry in.
Why did you have to speak up right at this instant?
But you know what, Edgepoo? Cheer up. I'm about to give you the most wonderful thing.
Bye, Fluffy. She should not be wearing that. She was a last-minute replacement. Okay. The most wonderful thing from you.
Oh, it's super special. I couldn't give it away to just anyone, you know. Ah, my special present, love to my sweet Edgepoo. Are you ready? Is this?
It's a box of those samurai dogs, right?
Yeah, so Edgepoo, here, go on and eat one. You'll feel right as rain. Are we through here? Why did everyone get so quiet all of a sudden? Edgepoo, tell me you understand the depths of this lady's love for you. I'm not one to hand out snacks willy-nilly, you know. No, sir. The thought occurred to me that maybe it would be good if you were nice and full one day. It's my dream to serve you some of my own homemade food. I mean, isn't the desire of everyone to make sure their beloved never goes hungry? And that's what I wanted to experience long ago. They said I could make any delicious meal for their food. Blech.
Mr. Edgeworth, can you do anything about her? There is no power on earth that can force that woman to silence.
But I'm so sick and tired of it. All you people do is look down on me. Even this box of samurai dogs played me for a fool. It had a special design on its fan, like the Japanese flag, so I thought it was special. When I ate one, it tasted like all the rest. Oh, it made me so mad.
Wait, a special box with a Hinamaru-like fan on it. I never heard of such a piece of merchandise existing before. It's blood, isn't it? However, there it is. The red sun on this fan is filled in. Is it possible? Could it be? After the show, the samurai dogs were piled up on the dressing room floor. However, there's no such thing as a Hinamaru dog. This contradiction of facts between something that should not exist and yet does. The rays from this red sun may be just what we needed to point us in the right direction. A present!
The studio bigwigs basically told us to play delivery boys. We were supposed to hand the dogs off to the embassy people and tell them hi. I had to pile them all into the pushcart just to move them.
I believe you understand what this means, correct? You killed Mr. Coconut at this theater and then placed his body inside the pushcart. And then, you forced the Steel Samurai to unwittingly move the body for you. It's time to piece the final pieces of this logic puzzle together. No matter how fragile or small the connections may be. Once we've found them all, the way to the truth will be revealed. killer used the pushcart to transport the body, which means they had to remove the samurai dogs from within first. Therefore, the samurai dogs that were piled up on the dressing room floor were most likely taken out of the pushcart by the killer. Ugh, posture check. That which should not exist, this box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru on it. If this red sun was filled in when the killer was busy removing samurai dogs from the pushcart, then it's proof that the murder took place in the dressing room. As long as this red substance turns out to be what I believe it to be. Wendy Oldbag, I thank you. What you have given to me is truly something very special.
Achie-boo!
Mr. Edgeworth, you sure you're feeling okay, sir? Mr. Alba, as I suspected, you killed Mr. Koken in the dressing room.
How many times must I listen for you to repeat yourself? Haven't you figured it out yet? Your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. The only way I'm going to continue to cooperate is with some definitive evidence.
Huh. That arrogance, that self-confidence. You believe you've erased every piece of evidence that could incriminate you. However, there remains one piece here, and it is what will put you away for good.
Ha! You're bluffing. Oh. Hey, Mr. Prosecutor. Sounds like you finally found them. You finally found the fangs we need to go after this guy's jugular. Tell us what about that box of samurai dogs is going to put the old man away?
The trace evidence that will bring him down? Why, it's here, of course. This box of samurai dogs with the Hinamaru fan on it. This should never have existed. So I want you all to take a good look at this red spot. It's a single drop of blood.
Huh? What? Blood, you say?
Agent Lang, I'd like this blood to be analyzed post-haste.
I've got to admit, I'm a bit surprised, but I can't believe we found blood in a place like this. Hey you, get this down to the lab pronto.
Why was there blood on the box to begin with?
If we think about the flow of the crime, I think the reason will become obvious. Larry, you said that you transported the samurai dogs with the pushcart, right?
Yeah. You have a great memory, Edgy. The pushcart was a bit too big for my son, you know what I mean? To make sure everyone could see him, I had to pile some stuff in it. Figured the samurai dogs were there, so I used them to fill up the cart.
Feel like it just popped into existence, right? If what Larry says is true, then what were the boxes doing on the floor?
Ah, I see. The killer took them out in order to place the body in the pushcart.
Exactly. And that is when I believe the victim's blood found its way onto that box.
But when my men investigated that room, not a single box of samurai dogs was in there. Because embassy staff members had already confiscated them.
Yes, no doubt to hide the evidence of the murder.
It's a good thing Miss Oldbag managed to steal that one box before they got to him, huh? Looks like Miss Oldbag managed to put this great thief to shame.
What a scandalous way of putting that. I didn't steal. I received it from myself.
Queer Casalba, I'd say this one very fatal oversight on your part.
Objection!
Sorry to rain on your little love fest, however.
How can he be so self-confident in a no-win situation for him like this?
Even if that blood turned out to belong to Mr. Koken, then what?
So, Mr. Edgeworth, sounds like he's not ready to call it quits yet, huh?
The sole piece of evidence that was left at the scene of the crime. That alone has shed light onto a new fact. At the very least, we have proof that the murder occurred in the dressing room.
And you say that like it means something?
Huh?
Excuse me, sirs. Report. What were the results of the analysis? The analysis came back and confirmed the red substance is blood. I knew it. With this, Quercus alba.
Objection!
Mr. Edgeworth, I wonder if you might humor my question.
Your question?
The one from before, have you forgotten? Even if that's Mr. Kogan's blood, what difference would it make?
Not so fast!
Like we already told you, it proves the crime scene was that dressing room.
Objection!
It doesn't prove I'm your killer, does it? That's...
Wouldn't it be nuts if it's not Kogan's blood, but Alba's blood? The blood on the box doesn't prove that Mr. Alba's the killer.
Then, this evidence, it's meaningless.
Can't be. It's so close, sir.
I want to smack that smug look off his face. Come on, there's got to be something we can do.
We finally found a solid piece of evidence. There must be something I can expose with it. Ah! I can't think of a single thing.
Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll be on my way. Who was that? It's too late. I won't allow anyone to stop me now.
Wasn't me, pal.
It wasn't me this time either.
It wasn't me either.
It was me. Why did you... Because I haven't finished the reporting everything to you yet, sir. There's more.
Hurry up and spit it out.
Yes, sir. The blood I mentioned. It's not the same blood type as the victim's blood.
What?
What do you mean it's not the same type? You mean it's not the victim's blood? If it isn't his, then who the hell's is it?
I don't know, sir. All I know is it's not the same type of the victim, sir.
This was a funny gag.
What should we do now, Mr. Edgeworth? I have no idea what's what anymore.
Neither do I.
My, what an amusing turn of events. Blood drop proves something to be true, all right. Namely, my words.
And which one of your words would that be?
The ones where I said your words are meaningless, worthless, and powerless. That blood has nothing to do with the murder investigation whatsoever. Need I remind you the blood got onto that box long before it entered my embassy?
What sort of nonsense?
It's blood, pal. There's no way it's not related to the murder.
So you would like to believe? What if someone preparing the samurai dogs had a small nosebleed? What then?
Guess it's possible.
Damn it. Have we been wasting our time on a red herring? The blood doesn't belong to anyone connected to the case. That should be clue enough. Quercus alba, you bastard! Silence! Don't you ever address me with such a filthy word again. I've wasted enough time here with you and you have your answers. Now let me through!
Not so fast!
It doesn't matter where you run off to. You'll never escape me. Someday I'll have the satisfaction of sinking my fangs into you. You'll see. And all of Interpol will be behind me, working to see to it that that day comes. Do you know what your words sound like to me? Sound like the whinings of a pathetic loser of a mutt. Ah!
Is this really the extent of all that we can do? Is the blood really from someone completely unrelated to the case? Or is there another possibility? Someone other than the victim? Just when I thought I had him backed in the corner, it is I who's been backed into one. In a situation like this, what would that man do? What would he who can turn any desperate situation around do? Makoto Naegi? I'm talking about Phoenix, obviously. Turn it around. That's it. I must turn my way of thinking around. It's not whose blood is this. It's whose blood could get onto the box like this. And if I think about it this way, if the blood got onto the box when the body was being placed into the pushcart, then the owner of said blood must have been in the dressing room at the time. And there's only one person it could be.
I must praise you for trying so hard. It's because of you kids I was removed from center stage, and will be forced to live out the rest of my life in the shadows, unfortunately. It's not a total loss, as the underworld will allow me more freedom than you'll ever know. Freedom like what the raven feels as it flies through the dark night sky. You can't lay a finger on me, not now or ever. The arm of the law is powerless before me.
Objection!
Huh. Powerless, is it? I wouldn't be so sure about that if I were you.
What do you mean?
Allow me to describe to you in one word. Pitiful.
Pitiful? How so?
Queer Casalba, your wings were clipped long ago. And for someone who's trying to fly away on them without noticing that fact, pitiful's the perfect word to describe you.
Ha! Mere words.
What do you mean by his wings are clipped, Mr. Edgeworth?
Just what you think it means, Kay. We had already caught him in our trap a while back. With an incredibly powerful, definitive piece of evidence.
Earth to Mr. Prosecutor, care to speak in English? What are you talking about? What piece of evidence?
The piece I speak of is, of course, this drop of blood.
But we know it's not from the victim. I don't see how it remains relevant to the case at all.
Ms. Von Karma, I believe that's exactly why it's very important to the case. And the part that is the most important is the fact that it's not the victim's blood. You're looking a little pale. Good, then I believe you're already aware of what I mean.
Then you know who the blood belongs to.
Huh, of course I do. Piece of evidence is irrefutable proof that'll stop the killer in his tracks. The blood that soiled this box of samurai dogs belongs to this person.
Take that!
The blood of the red sun on this box belongs to you, Queer Casalba.
What?
Why is his blood on the box of samurai dogs? He's not even a victim.
The blood fell onto the box when Mr. Koken's body was being loaded into the pushcart. At that time, the only two people in the dressing room were the victim and his killer.
So that's what you mean, if the blood doesn't belong to the victim.
Then there's only one other person it could belong to.
Yes, and that person's the murderer himself. That's the only logical conclusion.
Mr. Koken was the one who was stabbed, sir. Why would Mr. Alba have been the one who was bleeding?
What if during the murder, Mr. Koken had fought back?
You mean if before Mr. Alba could kill him, Mr. Koken managed to wound Mr. Alba?
Yes, and I believe we have a piece of evidence that proves that he was bleeding then.
Take that!
Mr. Alba, you bear on your body a great wound.
That was from when Dabas II attacked me with a pair of scissors.
Yeah, and that happened way after he was in the dressing room.
Ah, but is that what really happened? You can manufacture a weapon by smearing blood on it, so I can't just accept that as fact. Shall we try a test, Mr. Alba, and see if the shape of your wound matches the scissors?
Objection!
You really are something else, Mr. Edgeworth. You don't let a single thing slip you by, no matter how insignificant the possibility.
You're the one to talk, Mr. Alba. You've managed to give the law the slip for 10 years as the smuggling ring's leader. No matter the danger, you can hide every last ounce of fear and anxiety from everyone. You truly are a one-of-a-kind criminal.
Objection!
I'm the master of my fear. However, to think that a person such as you could miss such a large thing.
You believe I've overlooked something?
You said my wound was caused by Mr. Koken. It was caused here in one of the theater's dressing rooms, right?
Yes, that's correct.
I'd like to point out that it's simply not possible. My wound is a stab wound, and one like that could only have come from a blade. I wonder where you will propose such a weapon came from.
It's the Yatagarasu key we found on his body.
The theater was packed with security guards. It would have been impossible for anyone to come into this area with a weapon of any sort.
Just as Mr. Elba was able to bring in the Alabastian knife in a bouquet, there must have been some other way to sneak in a weapon of some sort. Ah, but as long as you can't prove what other way is, all your talk about Mr. Koken stabbing me is pure nonsense. If that other way does exist, you'd better hurry and tell me now.
With pleasure.
Wait, what?
This piece of evidence shows us how Mr. Koken brought a weapon into this theater.
Take that!
Among law enforcement, this piece is known as the Yatagarasu's key.
That key!
That's the key my father stole from here 7 years ago.
And it's very unique in that it's both a key and a knife. Meaning that under the guise of a key, it could have been easily brought into the theater.
Oh!
You couldn't dispose of the knife that stabbed you. Therefore, you wiped off the blood and placed it back in Mr. Koken's pocket. After all, the key itself opens a safe in his office. And inside that safe, there was a document about Cadopian paper signed by Mr. Koken. Real Matt Engard, thanks for following the Twitch channel. Hi, welcome in. In order to make it look like Mr. Koken died as the leader of the smuggling ring, you had to make it so that the police were the ones who opened that office safe. All that hard work to save yourself only served to destroy you in the end. Shall we try matching this knife's blade with your wound, Mr. Queer Casalba? We got him. And that's what some may call the coup de grace.
Impossible. You can't take me down. Swine, all of you. Especially Manny Koken. This is all because of that man's betrayal. He sought to steal control of the smuggling ring from me by removing me as ambassador.
How you liking it, lawyer dude? I'm enjoying it quite a bit, actually. I love mystery games like this, so this has been great.
Which is why he deserved to die while bearing the guilt for all my crimes for me. That's why I sent out the Yatagarasu's card, and now this incident was born. Manny was supposed to be the smuggling ring's leader who was killed by the Yatagarasu. But I had yet another reason, yet another story that was supposed to play out. Manny's death was supposed to bring everything to a close. And I would have gotten it away with it too if it wasn't for you meddling kids or prosecutors.
Scooby-Doo reference there, very fantastic. Mr. Alba, I am afraid there's one more question I forgot to ask. Their dog Larry too. No. Oh, that's good, okay. This country's or Alabast's. Which country's court would you like to face first? Either way, it's game over for you.
Edgeworth!
Oh. Fantastic. Back in the place it all started.
Well, this is a big day. It's Mr. Alba's trial today.
And next week he's scheduled to stand trial in his own country of Alabast. Francisca's heading that one. I suspect she'll be serving a full course of whiplashes at it.
I'm gonna face Ms. Von Karma in court right after facing you, sir. Ugh. I don't even want to think of what that would be like.
That was short besides the long reading. That ending was short.
Caught a glimpse of Mr. Alba as he was being escorted into the courthouse. And boy, he looked about as glum as I do the day before I get my monthly paycheck. You know, I've been thinking. That flight attendant and even Mr. Portsman were all Mr. Alba's secret agents.
Correct. That smuggling ring was the common thread between all the incidents. Cammy Meal was to provide support during the smuggling ops, using her job as an attendant. And Mr. Portsman was to manipulate the trials related to the ring to end in their favor.
Go you airlines and even the prosecutor's office. No one was safe from the smuggling ring, huh, sir?
I suspect there are even more members to this ring spread throughout the world.
Sounds like such a big op, I can't even begin to imagine what it's like.
You think it's because you were very sharp on the testimonies? Majority of the people get stuck?
Makes sense.
Listen. We all know that Neko's really good at these kinds of games. It's okay to praise me just a little bit. What is it, Detective?
Nothing, it's just, well, come to think of it. Mr. Ernest Amano's trial is also scheduled for later today, sir.
I'm aware of that. Mr. Amano has been working with the smuggling ring now for over 10 years. He used the Amano Group's various connections worldwide to assist the ring. But all of that has come to an end as his conglomerate's now undergoing harsh scrutiny. I owe Mr. Amano a debt of gratitude, but he must pay his debt to society.
With the arrest of both Mr. Alba and Mr. Amano, I guess that about wraps up the KG8 incident as well, huh?
I suppose so. The real killer in the KG8 incident 10 years ago was Manny Koken. And 7 years ago, the killer in the second KG8 incident was Mackerel. Those two facts are the unshakable truth. However, it seems a lot of effort was put into hiding these and other truths from us. And I will expose it all at the trials today.
You're solving cases left and right today, aren't you, sir?
CCU and Died Man. Perhaps now these two brave souls who tried to make the truth known can rest in peace. By the way, I received some gifts from Ambassador Poleno. Shrimp, crab, beef. I don't need any of these, so I'm giving them to you.
Seriously, sir? Wait, actually, I don't think I want them anymore. The way you're holding them. Don't tell me they're just coupons, sir.
Detective Gumshoe, have you not read the paper recently? Ever since the two countries became Cadopia again, its economy's changed.
Really?
It seems Ambassador Poleno has reaped a few benefits of his own from it. He's announced that he has been announced as the official ambassador of the newly reunified Cadopia. Even though every item he sends a treasure, you don't see all that. Oh, is that... Hold on.
Ah, but what a pity. Even though every item sends a treasure, you don't seem all that interested. If you don't want them, I can give them to my lovely assistant, Kay.
Wait, that's not what I said. So, Mr. Edgeworth, please let me have them back, sir.
Actually, come to think of it, where is Kay? How come she's not here? Hey, you gotta be more alert than that. Whee! Can't believe you didn't notice. I was even mimicking Mr. Edgeworth's voice for a bit.
Totally didn't notice you or realize the voice was you. Lang Shi says, ferocious love blooms with each new spring. Agent Lang, a pleasant surprise to see you here. It's been a long time since I set foot in a courthouse, but I wasn't going to miss watching the guy who screwed up my country finally get what's coming to him.
That and something else. I want to see you in action in court.
Is that so, Agent Lang?
We fleshed out all the counterfeit bills, so Zhang Fa is finally at peace again. It's all thanks to you, so I just want to say thanks.
Wow, I never thought I'd see the day old Wolfie says thanks to Mr. Edgeworth.
I should be the one thanking you, Agent Lang. If you hadn't negated Mr. Alba's extraterritorial rights, I would not have been able to bring him to trial. I believe the victory belongs to the both of us in this case.
A shared victory, huh? Don't get me wrong, I'll still never forgive you prosecutors. And I have zero interest in that truth thing you talk about in court. I've always done things my own way, and that's not about to change, you got that?
Huh, I see. I believe you should follow your own creed when you do your job.
And if there's ever someone your precious truth can't catch, feel free to sit around and cry about it all you want. As for me, I'm going to get that person no matter what.
Heh, alright. It's about time for the trial to start. I'll see you later.
I'll be watching your performance from the gallery. I'm looking forward to this.
I prepared a whole ton of ticker tape for today's victory, sir.
I'll have thrown some around when Mr. Edgeworth wins.
Ha ha ha. Hope you've got enough, because I'm going to call my men up as well.
A modest amount of ticker tape goes a long way. The scene shifts to the courtroom, and the final act of this long tale begins. The legend of the great thief Yatagarasu. It's the story of those who chose to dedicate their lives to the pursuit of the truth. Prosecutors are those who seek a guilty verdict for the defendants they meet, and to that end you have no choice but to win by any means necessary. That creed was forced on me since I was very young, however I no longer think that that's all we prosecutors have, and that is because... Mari needn't crab. Making me hungry. Even though I've only been away from the courtroom for a short while, I feel as though it's been a lifetime since I set foot in one. And today, more than any other day, I feel the fight within me rising. Yay! We did it! Yay, yay, yippee!
I'm really in Mr. Edgeworth's debt for the other day. Thanks to him, I'm still free to serve in the friendly blue skies. Oh, about my suitcases. I've been selling them on the internet, and they've become a real sensation. Thanks to the praise the art world has lavished on my work as being truly postmodern. The airline's chosen me to design their new line of Go You jumbo jets. Just think, someday you'll be able to take a ride in my pink-walled, yellow-seated jet.
Oh my god. That sounds atrocious.
Edgeworth, how the rude is the man! Oh, because of him my time and money is wasted. But more importantly, I have received the most fantastic treasure recently, the Primatic statue of the Principality of Catopia. It weighs a bit light in my hands, but the Ambassador Beleno was most generous.
Caught the ice cream thief. Hello, Big Mac Kit. Thanks for being here as always. GG's. Gross.
We finally caught Agent Hicks' killer, and I was able to witness Mr. Alba's teary eyes. It feels good to finally bring everything to a close. I received another offer from Interpol to work another case in cooperation with them. However, the Cadopian courts await. Cadopia's air is supposed to be very fresh, so my whip should find new vigor there.
Good night. We'll be going on some raids here soon.
This little patrolman's been fired as of today, sir. Thought I was safe since we found the gun I dropped. I hadn't noticed I dropped my police badge, too. Guess what really broke the camel's back was I couldn't find my badge. My little life has suddenly tipped into a dark black hole, sir. I think I'll go to the courthouse and file a complaint with Ruffles Man.
Trying to remember all these on the fly is good.
I was actually hoping to talk with Mr. Edgeworth a bit more than I did. I've got to get going and return to Europe. I still got a long way to go and a lot of stuff to study there. Next time I'll help Mr. Edgeworth on a case, I'm going to do it as a real forensic scientist. I'm sure he's going to need all the help I can give him scientifically.
Yes, she is.
Because the kidnapping was staged, I was let off easy. I won't be going outside much anytime soon, but that's really okay. The only prison I'm forever trapped in is the cage of love. The guard down at the detention center? Well, when he's on guard duty. He has such a cold look in his eyes, just like that prosecutor. Ah! Stop it, Lauren! When will you ever learn to stop being a prisoner of love?
It appears there's all sorts of drama that takes place outside the courtroom. Since we judges are here day in and day out, I've only heard a few rumors, but apparently Mr. Edgeworth teamed up with a thief and became a detective. Maybe I should team up with a bailiff and try to become a lawyer or something.
Ooh, I barely escaped death yet again.
Yeah, but boy, were we lucky to have Mr. Edgeworth to help us out, huh?
Yeah, but because I lost the key, I got fired from my security guard job.
Don't let it get you down, Maggie. You still got me.
You're right, sir. I won't be sad. I'm gonna pick myself up and get through this. I wonder what my next job should be. Oh, this is actually kind of fun. Why not come to Cadopia for your summer vacation? We have coupons aplenty. Right now, our embassy is proud to present our Let's Investigate a Murder show. Although recreating that particular case has created a few small fires of its own. Then we had a few problems with the fire marshals, but the next event will be great. It'll be an attraction titled Capture the Yanagrasu. Of course, I hope to enlist Kay's help in creating our latest attraction. I can't believe the Mimi ditched me and went to Japan. It's okay because that's how I met Miharu. We're planning to go to Paris soon and start a business. We're going to sell blue ocean dogs. They'll sell like hotcake hot dogs for sure. A blue hot dog and a blue bun. Guarantee it'll turn your tongue and your face blue. I know I'm not really the type to work a lot or at all really, but... Also, I noticed I really haven't seen the guy in a blue suit at all recently. Wonder what's up. Next time we meet, I'm gonna make sure to make him eat one of my dogs.
Very gross.
Gave testimony in court today as a member of the Atagrasu. Yo, Mr. Bad, you look well, all things considered. By the way, have you noticed that elements within the ring have begun moving? Probably fighting over who should succeed, over who should be the next boss. Although, to be honest, wish could forget I'd ever heard that smuggling ring. Lang Ji says, thoroughly bite the poisonous snake from head to tail. No one runs afoul of the law and escapes this wolf's fangs. I'll get you all yet. Ah, youth. When I become so old, I wonder. Got noticing the gray hairs in my beard more. Thinking of retiring my mirror. I was the Pink Princess and the Pink Badger all in the span of 2 days. Talk about busy. But it's alright, because I got a letter from my beloved Ajipoo. Please take care of your hip, and when you wish to speak, first take off your headpiece. What does it mean by the last statement? It's not like I enjoy being under a headpiece every time I see him. There's some creepy fuzzy pink animal, and then I was the Pink Princess, a great hero of justice, but ever since I was young maiden, I could try to hat on my head, wear my own costume or something, but that just sounds like a terrible idea.
Here we go.
Oh, feels so much better now that the trial's over. As always, your legal prowess was top-notch, sir. Yeah, nothing beat the look on Mr. Alba's face when you revealed the ring's secrets. I was amazed. You're like a totally different person when you step into a courtroom. Mr. Edgeworth is always 10 times fiercer in court. Based on the information Mr. Alba offered up, they've begun large-scale operations to clean up the rest of the ring, which I'm happy to leave to Franziska and Agent Lang. So what are your plans now, Kay? Huh? Oh, we'll be taking care of the creep who killed my father, so I'm not sure. Hey, I know. Maybe I'll just keep on being Mr. Edgeworth's assistant. You trying to steal my job, pal? Just kidding, just kidding. I can't steal something so important to you, Gummy. What a relief.
Welcome to the Neo Yatagarasu team, for real, for real. Okay.
Yes?
Even after all that's happened, are you still planning to become a great thief?
Of course. I don't want to tarnish the legend of the noble Yatagarasu. I'm gonna hold off on doing anything till I make a tight 3-person team of my own.
3-person team.
A 3-person team of young beauties the same age as me, if possible.
With those criteria, I highly doubt you'll find the 2 other people you need.
My father chose to fight for the truth. I think that's what was so noble about him. So you see, Mr. Edgeworth, the only things I will ever steal are the truths that have been hidden away. I'm gonna work extra hard to make a world where the Yatagarasu isn't needed.
Huh. Let's both strive for such a future.
I guess it's time for me to get going.
I see. Okay, keep your chin up and stay strong, okay? Don't be a stranger.
Don't worry, I'll be back. I'll be sure to break the lock on the window to sneak in.
If you could, I'd appreciate it if you came in through the building's front door. It's okay, Mr. Edgeworth. The lock on my window at home has been broken for forever.
Oh, one last thing before I go. Let's take a group photo, just the 3 of us.
Yeah, commemorative photo. Every big case has to end with one. No.
Hey, why not?
Don't tell me you're camera shy, Mr. Edgeworth. Of course not, Detective.
Come on, Mr. Edgeworth, I'm taking the picture now. Hey, come back here.
Mr. Edgeworth, you can't run away from this, Hey, Detective Gumshoe. Stop that. I can't be seen doing that.
Okay, totally taking it now. Say cheese. It's because being a lawyer's pays better.
There we go.
What button are we pushing? So ended the KG8 incident, saw a demise of the smuggling ring and the birth of a little great thief. But there's a little time to rest and relax. For I'm eager to tackle the investigation into a new case. The reason for my eagerness is my want to pursue the truth, and my want to believe in the strength of those who use the power of law for good. As someone who has chosen to live my life as a prosecutor, that is my new creed. Cute picture. Okay. And there we go. With that, we finished the first game. Which means that the next time we come around to Miles Edgeworth, we'll be going here. In the meantime, take a look at the gallery, I guess. Delta was the one who took the picture because he likes... Oh man, we're missing stuff. Oh, we've completed this one. Okay. Cool, we got all the pictures for this. Very cool. We got like sprites and stuff. Very cool. We finished the first Edge game. We did. And we do. We have their ages here. Yes. Edgeworth wait. Edgeworth getting spooked from all angles. What's his workout routine? Who knows? Oh, look at him drink tea. So fantastic. We got these for most of the cast, too. Oh, that's the wrong button. Here you go. I got one for you guys. Here we go. All you degenerates could ever ask for. Looks like Anywho, this was great, honestly. I'm glad you guys were all here with me for the cases, the playthrough of the first game. We will be doing the second one eventually. I'm probably gonna take a week off of Edgeworth, maybe even 2. We are starting back up with Danganronpa next Tuesday, so you know that's a. Oh, I mean, maybe I can't do that, but I could change the art style. Here you go. Here's your old sprites. Well, here we go. We'll go to the... There you go. You got these two. What about Callisto? Let's see. Where is she?
They got her a Sheena. Where is she as Callisto? There she is. I don't want to like her, but geez. Hot lawyer, yeah indeed. Anywho, let's find some raids to go on, huh? What do you think? Yeah, we're gonna find some raids. We're gonna do some nice stuff. We're gonna go actually to somebody that I've been following for a while, who is playing Dead by Daylight, but you know, that'll be fine. 14 out of 10 playthrough. Well, thank you. Like I said, we will be doing the next one for soon. I can't say exactly when. I'm gonna take a bit of a break between the games, but it'll be soon. I promise. We're just gonna be real easy and we're gonna go here for YouTube. So with that, let me just set this here. Alright, there we go. Alrighty. We are gonna get moving out of here. I had a wonderful time with you guys tonight. I am heading literally directly to bed, so. You had a fantastic time. Thanks for doing a playthrough, helping you remember the game. Absolutely. And until next time. Bye!